Dr. Kanga, I hope he is allowed. We want to have a word of prayer and then we are going to start off the session. We have two presentations, the keynotes, which we are going to give 20 minutes each. We have Dr. Agwata, who is going to give us a keynote on issues climate change in Kenya. And then we are going to have a second keynote by Professor Nduru, which is on water and water resources management. After Professor Nduru's presentation, we are going to have a panel discussion. I can see some of the panelists here. We will give them 20 minutes. I know they are summarizing their notes. Not each of them, but all of them. There will be about 5. So everybody will be having like a maximum of 4 minutes plus the questions. So we'll be very harsh on time because we will already be eating on another session that is supposed to have started at 9. But we are happy for today because yesterday ended up well. And therefore, we believe even today is going to end well because it has started on well. So, I am not saying Dr. Kanga and all of us can pray. So, I will pick on one person to pray for us. And that is Moses, Dr. Moses, because he will be the ones who are having the keynote. You need the prayers as we need them. So you can come and open for us with a word of prayer. And then Dr. Agwata will please give him 20 minutes to do the presentations. But maybe before Moses pray, the director wants to say something.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for turning up this morning. Thank you, Prof. I was just consulting with management, but probably, Prof, what we did yesterday, we are starting not with Professor Agwata, but with the DVC, because we moved. Do you remember we moved his presentation from yesterday to today because of the congestion because we overspilled because of the guest of honor. So we have moved and I've just come with this presentation. He's coming. I don't know whether we want to pray before he comes or what do you think? Then we can pray. And then Prof. Agwata, welcome very much. Thank you. You are aware we are starting with the DVC so that you come in. You may have more than what is indicated here, but the DVC is aware, and Moses, Amanda. Oh, okay, karibu.
ICT, please.
Bristol. Bristol, I know he has got. Hello. No, Bristol was here, but he has
There is
something. Yes, there's something he's speaking.
Which computer are you using? So
hello, we are using my computer. We are using my computer for DVC presentation. This thing is not working.
Oh.
Yes. Oh, the power. Yes. Well, you actually moved. Yeah. She's such a good girl. I think we are on now. Hello? We are back on air. Can we have those who are sitting at the back come to the front? A very kind request. You come to the front. Those who are behind, please occupy. There's no need to have these seats empty and people are going to, it is not a class, it's a place to relax and network. Just come and fill the front seats, please. The ones who are coming after that can go to the back. Flash. So, Moses, you can come and pray. We are going to start. I'm told the DVC will come after Professor Agwata. That is what they seem to have agreed. I didn't know that. So, Prof, you can come and do it then the next. But before we do, we commit this session to God. Welcome. Thank you.
Let's pray that prayer. Our Heavenly Father, hallowed in your presence this morning with thanksgiving for taking care of us this great morning. We thank you for all the visitors and the participants in today's conference and the presentations. Guide each of the presentations and the discussants and the members attending so that we may get fruitful solutions for the problems and the issues affecting humanity in this world. And it is in Jesus' name we pray and believe.
Thank you, Dr. Moses, for the prayers. So we are going to have our first presentation from Dr. Agwata. Then after Dr. Agwata presents, we are going to have our DVC have his presentation. That is on water and water resources management. And then we said after that, we are going to have a panel discussion that will involve some experts in the area of water and environment. So the IT team, is the presentation on? You know, issues climate change are affecting all of us. And that's the reason why we have emphasis on them during this conference. And that's why the Professor Dr. Agwata is presenting on challenges and opportunities addressing climate change in Kenya. People say that climate change is reduction of rainfall, but it is not. So many things are there. Temperatures, wind, flooding, so many things. So Professor Agwata will enlighten us on these, on the challenges that are there and the opportunities that we can have so that we can be able to overcome or may be able to adapt or mitigate the effects of climate change. We are waiting for the IT team. Oh, the presentation is here. So Professor Jones Agwata is going to present for 20 minutes. Kindly, if you can make it 15, the better. Even 10. Even 10, but no. We are happy.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Can we do this? Thank you. Thank you so very much. Let me begin by making some confessions. Number one, I am associated with this university in a very interesting way. One, because I've been an external examiner here, and then I took a break. Then secondly, I ought to have been a professor here. Professor knows I whispered to them yesterday. Even the chairman who interviewed me did not remember. But I ought to have been here. And so when Shellmate, they invited me on behalf of the organizing committee, I wouldn't think about it twice. I just had to wake up at 3 a.m., drive all the way to this place. And at exactly 7 a.m. Yesterday, I was right here. What am I saying? It's always nice to be here. And you guys are blessed. This university is good. The last time we were here, we were having another conversation. Professor, you remember? Yeah, and that is the first time I heard that this is, what do you call it? A prophetic university.
This is a prophetic space.
I remember when I was sitting next to the DAD regional director. She asked, prophetic university? What does that mean? I told her, I don't know, I've just heard it. But later on I learned that there was some lady who passed here or who was living around here and who said something that came to pass. And so you guys are really blessed to have this very beautiful university in this place. Let me begin by thanking the organizing committee for inviting me to come to be part of this very serious conversation. I will not bother you with a lot of detail because such details will be available in the long paper when you finally have an opportunity to look at it later on. My focus will be strictly on the opportunities, but we cannot talk about opportunities unless we establish what challenges we face. Because from those challenges, those of us who have been to a project management class, you know, we can turn challenges into opportunities. And because the theme of this conference has something to do with entrepreneurship, I think that's what we need to run away with by way of how we can turn climate change as a challenge in this country into an opportunity that will finally give us some space so that we can make some little money. And why not? That is possible. So, but first things first. Of course, my name is as indicated on the screen. I am currently domiciled at Machakos University, which is about, from here, it's about 250 kilometers, but from Nairobi it's about 60 kilometers southwest. So those of you who don't know where that is, we are domiciled within town, so you will not really miss it if you were to come to feast with us. So that's where I belong. Next. Yes, but allow me to blow our trumpet a bit by, of course, indicating who we are as a university by way of fundamental statements. And I did look at your fundamental statements yesterday, and I said, why not? We also have ours, just to spice up the presentation before we proceed. So who are we? By way of vision, as indicated, our mission is not as detailed as yours. Our core values is very interesting, by the way. We insist on credibility, agility, meritocracy, professionalism, integrity, and inclusivity. Otherwise, acronym does come by. This is not what we used to have before we revised our strategic plan, but this is now how we are fundamentally organized by way of fundamental statements. Now, how are we going to have this? I will do a brief introduction. I will take you through an overview of climate change impacts in this country. Then I will look at challenges of how climate change is managed. But more significantly, we will go on to look at the opportunities that are available, taking advantage of the challenge that climate change poses. So then we proceed from there and know how we can organize ourselves as a way of networking, collaborations, and partnerships so that we can drive this climate change agenda to the next level. Of course, all of us are aware that climate change does affect us, irrespective of who we are, irrespective of what kind of socio-economic backgrounds we come from. We have all faced this in one way or another. In fact, studies have shown that the cost of extreme climate challenges of droughts and floods cost the country upwards of 2.5% in terms of GDP. Next. It affects all of us in one way or another, either directly or indirectly, and therefore it's an existential problem that we've got to face going forward. When we talk about issues of water, energy, transport, and the Prof will be talking about water shortly. When we talk about tourism, when we talk about manufacturing, all these are issues which are impacted either directly or indirectly by climate change. Let's proceed. Yes, but our government has put in place very interesting mechanisms and strategies in addressing this. And if you get to the literature, there are many strategies that have been put forward by government. And those strategies emanate from the policy frameworks, the Climate Change Act of 2016, and all others, institutional mechanisms, legal mechanisms. In fact, when you look at the Kenya Constitution 2010, you would appreciate that this issue is really a serious one, to have merited being part of our supreme law, which is the Constitution. But how does climate change manifest itself in this country? In various ways, but mainly through the fluctuations that we see in terms of two important climatic variables, and that is temperature and rainfall. Indeed, these are the two variables, even globally, that are used to show, for sure, that climate change has happened. Now, let me say something here. There are people, even as we speak today, who don't believe that climate change is an issue. And they think it's some political conversation that some fellows somewhere have decided to bring forward so that they can confuse and convince others. But I will tell you, because we are all researchers and scientists, that is hot hair, if you allow me. Climate change is real. And you do not need to convince anyone, by the way. Even our brothers and sisters in the rural villages, they will tell you something has happened, because they have experienced that. But if you go to literature, you will be surprised that there are people who don't believe that. But that is the freedom that everyone has to believe whatever you want to believe, whichever way you want to believe. But definitively, climate change is an issue that we can no longer run away from. And of course, research shows exactly temperature has fluctuated and continues to fluctuate. Rainfall has fluctuated, continues to fluctuate. In fact, if we were to have time to share and compare notes among ourselves, you would appreciate from where we originated or we were born, certain things have since changed. From the time we were born up to now, there is a fundamental shift in things. Of course, that is a pointer to what has happened in terms of climate change. Let's proceed. Of course, I've talked about the adverse impacts. They are broad, they are wide, cutting across various socio-economic sectors of development. Let's proceed. Of course, I will not want to take a lot of time in this, but it's important to appreciate that climate change is an existential and serious threat to not only human life, but the environment. And it affects various socio-economic sectors of development. It causes various serious damages, of course, irreversible losses. It affects human health, agriculture, housing, manufacturing, infrastructure. All these things are affected by climate change. But why should we be concerned? We are concerned because Kenya as a country has what we refer to as low adaptive capacity. And this would be because of various reasons of who we are as a country. And because of that, we are highly vulnerable in various sectors. So that whatever happens by way of a small shift like this, we are impacted very strongly. And we are not able to have mechanisms that are effective to withstand such. And that's why those of you who can remember, you remember when we had the El Nino some years back, and what kind of massive destruction to property, infrastructure, to livelihoods that caused. to the point that the government had to go out to seek for external assistance to mitigate the impacts that happened then. And since then, we have had such serious challenge. In fact, this year, the government declared a drought, which was very extended, as a national disaster. Meaning then, we were not able as a country to mitigate the effects of a drought that was so extended. And after that, then we experienced very serious flooding. You remember what happened at Maimayu, where our whole community was washed down because of massive flooding that happened. So these are issues that we cannot run away from. Next. Okay, we'll have to wait a bit. Generative AI that we learned yesterday, if I had done that, I mean, you would be seeing me in a different format doing the presentation is going forward. Yes, next. Of course, the issues of water insecurity, food insecurity, loss of human life and property, all these are issues that we can identify with. Now, the government, as I did mention a while ago, has put in place various mechanisms and strategies to respond to climate change impacts. Of course, these strategies and the mechanisms range from policies, laws, regulations, and institutions. But the focus of this presentation, ladies and gentlemen, is mainly on how we can take advantage of the challenges that the climate change poses, so that we can then see how we can leverage on those challenges to turn them into opportunities. Let's proceed. Let's proceed. Now continue. Continue. Of course, these are some of the challenges, I mean, the impacts: agriculture, health, communicable diseases, the heat stresses, air pollution, asthma, and all these are some of the impacts. Let's proceed. Of course, issues of food insecurity, nutritional security, heat-related deaths, respiratory illnesses and problems associated with that, all these are part of the impacts. Let's proceed. Continue. Continue. Now, let's look at the challenges. And I think this is the thrust of this presentation. Number one challenge has to do with what climate change is. As I did indicate and alluded to earlier, there are still people who are in doubt. They don't think this is an issue that should attract our attention, but that is not correct. So the global nature of the problem is that this climate change issue affects everyone, every nation, every country. It's a global issue. There is no country which is not affected, either directly or indirectly. What does that mean as a challenge? It means then that coordinating the efforts among the multiplicity of nations. Oh my goodness. Time manager, I'm sure you are noting that.
I'm noting now, you only have 10 minutes.
Okay, can you use that?
Oh.
You run it yourself.
Yeah. Let me see.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Then you run yourself.
Okay. The global nature of the problem. I have already mentioned that this is a problem that affects everyone, every nation, every country. Now, the challenge with that is bringing to a convergence of all these many nations who have diverse interests, whether they are political, socio-economic. It is a big, big challenge. Can you imagine bringing these countries together so that they can reach an agreement? Of course, I am aware there are several global concessions in terms of treaties, protocols, and conventions that have happened. But even with those conventions and protocols and treaties, and multilateral climatic conventions and agreements, there is still a challenge. The challenge is, how do you mobilize all those with the serious political interests and the geopolitical dynamics that play out? That is a big challenge. The second challenge has to do with how we respond to climate change. And there are two ways to do that, through mitigation and adaptation. Interestingly, balancing mitigation and adaptation and allocating requisite resources to address these two is a big challenge also, because of the massive human capacity resources, technological resources, infrastructural resources, and financial resources. And let's be honest, not all countries within the community of nations are endowed with the wherewithal in terms of those aspects that then will mean that we mitigate and adapt to climate change as it happens. So that is a big challenge. The other one is the political and economic challenges that happen. And this is, of course, to do with the various economic challenges that most countries face. Such that some countries are not able to transition from a low carbon economy, which requires significant economic and political concessions, so that those governments with low carbon economies have the challenge of implementing policies that promote renewable energy and sustainable practices. By the way, our government has increasingly put a lot of serious effort in terms of transiting from the polluting energy sources to non-polluting energy sources, otherwise what we call renewable energy sources. But there are still challenges. Whether those challenges are to do with the state of the economy, the financial wherewithals, the technology that's required, the human capacity, and other forms of infrastructure. And then we have resource constraints as another challenge. Obviously, there are limited resources that are available to combat this challenge, and allocating them is a serious challenge. Let's be honest. In the context of government priorities, except now as we speak, the environmental issues don't rank high up like other issues. And therefore, the allocation of financial resources does not merit a lot of serious focus. Because the government has to balance certain interests and requirements. And therefore, that poses a challenge in terms of resources. Funding for climate action, by the way, climate action has drawn the attention of the global community of nations because it is SDG number 13. And our government has taken that up by way of what we now know as a presidential directive in the form of tree growing. The other challenge has to do with behavioral change. This is very interesting because changing human behavior, even when it is very clear that that is beneficial, it's a little challenging. At the individual level, at the family level, at the community level, at the society level, even at the national level. And this has to do with a lot of convincing, even when the facts are available, to indicate that something is happening and that needs to be addressed. So people need to be encouraged to adopt more sustainable lifestyles, yes, consume responsibly, and support environmentally friendly policies. And this can be very difficult. The other challenge has to do with technology. Yesterday we were taken through the emerging technology, which is AI. And I will tell you, friends and colleagues, that AI has a role to play in terms of how we can manage this big challenge. So developing and deploying new technologies, particularly with regard to reducing emissions and promoting sustainability, is vital. But this comes with a challenge of putting in place significant investments, undertaking very serious research, and then of course development, as well as overcoming technical and infrastructural challenges, which is a big, big issue. The other one has to do with inequalities and vulnerabilities. Climate change does not affect every country the same way. There are countries which are affected so disproportionately than others. The level of vulnerability is also different. Whether you're talking about counties in terms of the administrative structure of our country, whether you're talking about sub-counties, the challenges are different. And the way certain areas and regions respond to or are affected by climate change is also different. And this brings, of course, issues of social and economic inequalities. And therefore, that poses a serious challenge. The other one is the denial and the misinformation. There is a lot of stuff that is not accurate out there about climate change. There is a lot of denial. Some people don't believe that this is really a challenge. But honestly speaking, and strictly from a research perspective, there is evidence, incontrovertible evidence that climate change is real and it is. But we cannot run away from that as a challenge. Overcoming this challenge will require the way we communicate scientifically, the way we relate with in terms of education, and the way we counter the false narratives and the conversations that take place across the board. Then there is intergenerational equity. Climate change raises very serious ethical questions. We talked about the ethics yesterday with respect to AI. In the context of climate change, that also comes into play. And that has to do with the responsibility of current generations to future ones. Now, there are people who believe that we should not bother about the future because the future will take care of itself. Who are we to define what the future will look like? Because we will not be there anyway. But that is really an academic argument. And in academics, we say we can say black is white and white is black, and we can argue it out. That is the beauty of academics. But when it comes to real matters, ladies and gentlemen, we got to draw the line and say, yes, this is the position. And with regard to climate change, whether we're talking about now, whether we're talking about tomorrow, or next year, these issues will come to haunt us. But there is an argument that it is not fair that we can define and put in place mechanisms to define what the future will look like, because we will not be there and it will not affect us. So the future will take care of itself, but I can tell you that is neither here nor there. Because sustainable development has to do with taking care of the challenges now, even as we ensure that we do not create conditions that will be predisposing those future generations so that they are not able to meet their needs. And then, of course, another challenge there is the tipping points and the irreversibility. Climate change impacts, of course, an example is the melting of the polar ice sheets. By the way, talking about polar ice sheets, we can talk about the Mount Kenya. The ice caps and the glaciers in Mount Kenya are receding. That is scientifically proven. And so we can relate with that because the mountain this evening, rather yesterday evening and this morning, I was able to see it very clearly. And you guys are really blessed. Now, that of course has implications in terms of ecosystems. It has implications in terms of irreversibility, and it triggers abrupt and catastrophic changes, which, environmentally speaking, are very difficult to manage because environmental changes, by the way, take a long time. So that by the time we see the results, we are not able to put in place mechanisms to respond to those results because they have taken such a long time. Avoiding these tripping points is another critical challenge, as it were. Now, how do we address the challenges then? There are several ways. We can look at this from different perspectives. Number one, At the global level, there is a need for global cooperation. And global cooperation, of course, will come in various ways. There is the political space, there is the research space, there is the cooperation and partnership space, and all this must be brought to bear with regard to how we can address some of these challenges. That's not to say that we will circumvent all these challenges as should be, but of course, it's always good to start from somewhere. Now, there is leadership. Leadership is critical, ladies and gentlemen. And leadership must begin from various levels. There is leadership that is required at the county level, there is leadership that is required at the national level, at the sub-ward level, going down even to the village level and the community level, and even family level. So leadership is very critical. And it has to be leadership that is focused, leadership that is definite, leadership that is strong, and leadership that is objective. That is very important. Now, innovation. Innovation is also critical, ladies and gentlemen, because without it, we cannot surmount these challenges. We've got to be innovative, and innovation comes out of what we do by way of research. Then the other one is commitment. Commitment, of course, has to also to do with leadership, and a commitment to long-term sustainability. If we don't endeavor to be committed, looking at the present but not forgetting about the future, then I think there will be a problem. What does that mean then? When you look at the 4 points, that will require that various stakeholders, from governments, individuals, institutions, industry, must come together for the purposes of synergizing our various capabilities, our various competencies, skills, so that then we are able to surmount these challenges going forward. Now, let's look at opportunities then. Chair, am I doing well in terms of time?
Very well.
5 minutes. Thank you so very much. There are many opportunities, ladies and gentlemen, based on the challenges that we have looked at. And I don't want to pretend that those challenges are exhaustive, but 10 of them, I think, gives us a whole basket full of what we can grapple with going forward. There are many opportunities that we can run away with from those challenges. And this is exactly what we want to see in the next few slides before I end this presentation. I have chosen to address these opportunities by way of looking at what aspect we need to focus on, but how we can do that by way of an opportunity. Let's look at resource efficiency. Here, we need to appreciate that there's a reduction of operating costs. And how can we do that? By improving efficiency in various appliances, buildings like this one, transport, water, and waste management. What does that mean as researchers? That we can take up this end of this, or some of them, or all of them, and come together to ask ourselves what kind of opportunities can we do in terms of research and proposal writing, so that we can get some money to address a challenge. Which challenge has to do with the efficiency of resources. But then there is also the aspect of an opportunity that is related to innovation in technology, which of course would include developing efficient heating solutions, making advances in lighting technology, retrofitting buildings, water usage, Prof will talk about this, and treatment solutions. I want to believe that not many water sources here are not polluted. And that's a challenge that the university can take up together with Machakos University as a collaborating institution and the industry, that we can come together and look at the water situation in this part of the world as a way of looking at the aspect of efficiency. How efficiently does this university utilize water? What kind of challenges does treatment offer, and how can we address that? And that brings in all of us from various disciplines to come together for purposes of addressing this. The second aspect is energy. Energy transition to low emission alternatives, such as the renewables in terms of wind, solar, hydro, geothermal, nuclear, biofuels, and carbon capture and storage to meet global emission reduction goals. That is an opportunity. An opportunity also presents itself by way of decentralized clean energy sources, improved storage capabilities, and subsequent adoption of these technologies for purposes, of course, saving on annual energy costs. That may require the university to do an energy audit so that then we see which areas we can embark on in terms of energy savings. The other aspects have to do with products and services. And the opportunity that presents itself in this respect has to do with innovation and development of new low emission products and services to capitalize on what consumers and producer prefers. Emphasis, of course, should be put on the carbon footprints and the producer goods that place emphasis on reducing emissions, such as adoption of energy efficiency measures. Oh, sorry. Do I wait? Oh yes, there we go. The other area is on markets. And here has to do with accessing new markets through collaboration with the government, banks, small-scale local entrepreneurs. We have community groups for purpose of working together so that we are able to shift from climate change impacts to low carbon economies. There are new opportunities which will be in terms of financing green bonds and infrastructure, such as low energy production and energy efficiency. Then resilience is another aspect where there is an opportunity. Sorry. There is an opportunity with regard to various organizations coming together to develop adaptive capacity to respond to climate change in a way that enables reduction of risks and seizing various opportunities such as improving efficiency, designing new production processes, and developing new products. So, by way of concluding, ladies and gentlemen, it's important that we need to take action. And that action requires all of us, so that we are able to deal with these challenges and leverage on opportunities in the country. Specifically, this university and others, research institutes, communities and industry need to come together to champion climate change management activities in the country. Some of these ways that we can do this are indicated by way of a list. Number one is mobilizing research and innovation grants to fund community efforts, initiatives, and projects, which of course address and promote clean energy usage so as to ensure clean air, soil, and water for all of us. The second one is raising citizen and public awareness, yes, to demystify this animal and ensuring capacity building in matters climate change and its various impacts with a view to having homegrown interventions and solutions. Thirdly is developing and refocusing communication and public conversation so that we dispel this narrative on climate change and associated impacts, so that we are able to offer solutions which of course make sense, and to provide correct information to assist people to mitigate the effects of climate change, which affects all of us. Then the other one is, just a minute, sorry. The other one, of course, is supporting the youth, women, and other community-based groups in their efforts of dealing with the effects of climate change across various demographics and the socio-economic spectrum. And then the fifth one here is encouraging and lobbying the leadership at various levels so that we are able to develop and sign off regulatory frameworks centering on climate justice. Climate justice is another very interesting aspect, of course, in the space of climate change. But the leadership must come out strongly with regard to this. I will be handing very shortly. Thank you. The other one is formation of climate justice lobby groups. Those are the movements, of course. Those are lobby groups and movements which promote climate justice in the context of sustainable environmental management. Climate justice is where the impacts of climate change are not discriminatory, so that we have one section that suffers so much even when they are not contributing to the impacts of climate change. Then the other one is establishment and formation of multidisciplinary teams to undertake action of research on climate change and its impacts on the environment, with a view to putting in place mechanisms that are innovative enough to address these challenges going forward. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the presentation. And thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Agwata, for that good presentation. At least now we are aware of the challenges what climate change has for us. And now, unajua Mugeni, so we have to give Mugeni time. So we have given him time, but now we are at home. We have Professor Duru coming to give a presentation on water resources management and sustainability. So Professor, you are most welcome to come and give a presentation. We'll be happy if you can do it in 15 minutes.
I hope our money. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Professor Kathungo. Good morning, everybody. Yes, my name is Gilbert Bakanduru. I'm a professor of environmental studies at Chuka University, and of course, the founding dean of the Faculty of Environmental Studies, and also now the acting deputy vice chancellor in charge of academics and research and student affairs. Is this thing going to get in there? Well, I proceed. We can still keep on talking. So, sit down. Yes, that's okay. That's okay. Yes, that's okay. Fundi ya mitambo, tukuaje? I wish we could put the flash disk here and proceed. All right. Let me be going on. Now that my colleague already here, Professor Gota, said that he had already been appointed full professor of environmental studies in Chuka University. I'm thankful to God he refused to come. Because when he refused to come is when I was sorted out from wherever I was in Cologne, and I was in my research there, and I remember Professor Njoka says, there is an advert we have put here, and well, thank God you refused to come, so the position was still available. And that's how I found myself in Chuka University. In fact, you're not the only one. Also, Professor Aongo also tried to come. He also, once he was given, he walked away. Now, I don't know why the two of you walked away. You will have to sit behind the tent. And we agreed to know why the full professor position was becoming difficult for you to receive here. And you went to get it somewhere else. But anyway, in everything, God has his good times and his good plans are the best for us. So I would want to leverage on, or rather to follow up on the presentation by our colleague on climate change and climate justice. it is important that we realize climate change is a statistical change in the average conditions of the atmosphere. And times we need to be able to distinguish between climate change and climate variability. These are some of the issues that have actually brought management of respective processes that are involved in the climate change have become a nightmare, because people are inputting resources in the wrong processes, wrong strategies, because they are dealing with different complex aspects here and there. But one of the main issues of climate as a major element is water, humidity. I would wish now that I can, naona kama umefaulu. Yes, I can. Kata, si tuendelee hapo tu. Bora inaweza kutembea. Inaweza kutembea. Itaweza kujificha. Nikifanya hivi nitaendaga, si ndio? Hata hiyo ni sawa. Si mnaona? Yes, all right. Yes, I think my topic is cleared for you there. Huh? It's not coming up in the first place. Oh. Na hiyo kitu ya kufanya magic kwa. Nafanya. Okay, thank you. So we will move, I hope I'll move very fast and you can be sure that, so therefore keep yourself attentive to this. In focus of our main theme in entrepreneurial research training and enterprise approach for socio-economic empowerment, we thought that from an environmental studies perspective, we look at one environmental component that is subject to running a variety of enterprises. Agriculture is very much dependent on water. Our economy in a variety of ways depends on water. Without water, we may not have electricity in Kenya, as you know. And so water resource is a major input to our enterprises in different circles, in different species, and in different time dispensations. That is the reason why I felt it would be the best thing for us to present in this context. Now, in introduction, when we talk about water resource management, we are referring to the process of planning, developing, and managing water resources in terms of both water quality, quantity, to ensure there is sufficient water to people and where they are, as well as ensuring there is water quality. That is, there is safe water for drinking, safe water for agricultural production, and ensuring that the food produced using water that is available in a particular space is not in itself a pollutant that does not produce food that is going to be injurious to people. It also entails managing water-related risks or problems, because as you also want to supply water or even make it available in different spaces and timescales, then it's important to look at the challenges and be able to address them in time and to ensure that there is no damages. And if there is damage, then you can deal with damage control. Okay. Further, the other concept there that we found is sustainability or sustainable development. That is also an issue of concern, because if we have to continue drawing water from whatever environment we get it, we have to be sure, we need to ensure that this water is always available, not only to us today, but even in the days to come. So the way we use this water, the way we abstract it, the way we distribute it, the way we share it, needs to ensure that the aspect of sustainability is adhered to. And to this extent, it refers to developing water development practices or initiatives that ensure that the environmental as well as the socio-economic and economic issues are addressed when you are planning for whatever water development initiatives that you're doing. It presumes that water resources are finite, that they can be exhausted. And it's important that when we put development of water resources, water projects in one place or another, we ensure that we don't jeopardize the opportunity for other people getting the same supply of water that they need, because it's a right. Water is actually a human right. I want to tell you that when you pay for water, you don't really pay for water. What you pay for is the infrastructure and the mechanisms that are being put in place to be able to transport water to your location and to be able to supply you. Maybe the piping, the people worked and all did all these activities. These are the things that are economically computed and distributed so that you pay for that. So water charges, water should be free. It is a right to you. But nevertheless, availability of water in this world has a variety of issues that complicate its availability. One is the spatial context in which it can be found, which is mainly determined on a large scale by climatic context. Some areas are humid, others are arid. And in this kind of context, the availability of precipitation in order to ensure that water is available in every different space is not all that uniform. It is just like what my brother Agwata was saying. This God seems not to be fair. He seems to be so gracious to some people, and others are actually neglected. Why do some people in the semi-arid areas don't have water? Why water comes all the way from Mount Kenya, then he allows the Chuka people to use all of it. By the time it is here, there's no water in the stream. The Tharaka people have to now start begging. Why did God allow this? And what I was asking me this question about Chuka and other places. We seem to be more blessed than they are. What is it? I say God chooses who he may bless, and all. It matters how you know him. Anyway, the important thing about water is that water is life. It is the basis of life on earth. Without water, there wouldn't be life anywhere. Therefore, every living organism requires water, and sufficient enough for it to survive. We therefore must manage its availability to ensure we regulate so that it's available. In the interest of time, allow me to say, you are behind me. So, it helps regulate climate and climate change trends, like one of my friends. It shapes the heart. When you look at the way the earth looks, it's so beautiful, magnificently shaped by water. Water is very strong. It carves lakes, makes some waterfalls here, and so you have the scenic structure of the earth as you see, the geomorphology of the earth. Dilute and degrade waste, support environmental health as you may know, and then also it's fundamental to socio-economic development in different places. And water, and when you look at that, then we ask ourselves, how much of this water is available? Let me show you the science of how water is distributed. About 97% of water is actually salty. It exists in the oceans and under oceans there, and only about 2.4% of water today, according to models, is available, or rather can be considered fresh and useful. Now this fresh water, 87% of it, you can see there, 87% of it is actually solid. It exists in solid form and therefore is not accessible. So many times when we talk about there is water scarcity, there is no water. Actually, there's a lot of water around on earth, but in what state does it exist? And these are issues of management. Now, only liquid water can be useful to us to drink, and therefore it's 13% of it that is available. Now, this 13% of it, 95% of it is not available on the surface so that you can go and fetch it and start using it. It exists in the ground environments. So we must invest a lot in abstracting it, either using boreholes or shallow wells, whatever way we can have it. And so it's available. That's also another issue of water resource management, because how is it existing there? How are we going to extract it there? How many boreholes can we dig in a particular environment? Now, out of the remaining 5%, 2% exists in the soil as soil water that enables the plants and the vegetation to grow. It varies from time to time depending on temperature conditions from one season to another, and that's another aspect of water management that is all concerned to us. And then we look at that, the water that now flows and is available, you can go and fetch using whatever technology you have, is water that exists in lakes, rivers and streams, and this is only 3%. Now, where is this water available? That is a major issue. It keeps on circulating out in a hydrological cycle. There is water in the ground there, then flows on the surface. Then because of that interaction between it and the atmosphere, it escapes in form of evaporation. Then it condenses and comes back. So God in himself, and that's why I loved geography when I was young. I wanted to understand how God sustains the earth. I came to realize he has a very cyclic motion here. That is nobody controls this. It is God himself. So that when we say we pray, I think I understand what God does. He may cause some heat, that cause more evaporation, then cause some cooling there, and there is rain coming, and we get water flowing. So if you understand this, you can understand different quarters or points of management, because we must manage the heat in the atmosphere. If the atmosphere is so overheated, then it will tend to sink all the water from the earth's surface and keep it up there, because the relative humidity will be very low. Until it reaches 100%, then can we get it coming down here in form of precipitation, and that is a big problem. And so we must ensure that the carbon content in the atmosphere is controlled, it is managed. So managing carbon dioxide emissions into the atmosphere and other greenhouse gases is actually an aspect of water resource management. Because if you want water in our rivers, then you must control how the atmosphere interacts with the earth's surface. These are issues of concern. I don't have time to really teach climatology to you today, but that was just, I thought we need to pass through this. Right, now, there is water, according to that hydrological cycle, there is water on the surface that flows on the surface, and then there is water that is available in the ground resources that also need to be extracted. So you realize here, kumendwaje? Kumeharibika. Wapi hapa? Oh, you may want to sit here with me. Ninakaa hapa. Current. What is it? Am I imeisha baba? Well, let me be proceeding because I can talk. You have ears, you can hear. Later on, you'll see. And surface water is water that we can be able to obtain or extract from rivers through intakes and all that. Rivers, lakes, ponds, reservoirs, and all that. and sometimes it flows on the surface as runoff, and this can, of course, replenish groundwater resources through receding. And after that, then we have groundwater. Normally, groundwater exists in a variety of forms. There is that which exists nearer the surface on the exposed aquifer, and then there is that which exists in the concealed aquifer. The way you may extract these waters, must be extracted in a manner that there is a balance between the receding and the extraction. If the receding of water on different surfaces is slower than endelea mbele. Kwa hivyo naweza kwenda nikitumia mkono. Okay. Endelea basi. Nimemaliza huko. Niko mbele. Yes. Go ahead. Yes, up to there. All right, so you can see there are some areas of discharge up here where water enters into the ground level and then forms the groundwater. But down there, you can extract it from using boreholes, and the way you may extract it, the amount of water extract for whatever purpose has a lot of impact on the surface. It can either ensure that the earth also, that water when it's there, it provides something we call pore water pressure that stabilizes the surface. In many cases, when you extract a lot of water from those ground levels, then the stability of the earth's surface becomes deformed, and such times even buildings that could be here like here may start developing cracks. So management of water, ensuring that only sufficient optimum water extraction are done, is a major concern. Let me move on to the next slide. And then we have infiltration, that is entry of water, of course, when precipitation takes place, rainfall, and then it is seeped into the water levels and through a process of infiltration and percolate to form groundwater. Now, here in between the unsaturated zone and saturated zone, we have a very important element there called water table. The water table is the area where if you extract it there, you can be able to extract water from. Many times when we have a lot of people having their own borehole, you have your own borehole here, I want to make mine here. If we have too many of them, then we keep competing and the water table keeps on going down, and that can result into water user conflicts into the future. We will deal with that in the, let's move on. Yes, and then we need also to ensure we protect our catchment areas, because these are the areas that enable water to seep in the ground instead of it flowing away. But many of the times we clear all the forest through deforestation and other processes, and when water rains occur here, they flow and form other disastrous things like floods instead of seeping to recede in the recharge zone, to receive the groundwater. When this is not done, a lot of environmental problems may occur, which can involve, of course, destruction of infrastructure and many other those kind of things. Now, the challenges that come in here are mainly three, can be categorized into three. One is we can have too much water that we need to manage when we have floods, and you can see the consequences. Recently, we had too much water in Kenya, until where we cry there is no water in Ukambani and many other areas like northeastern Kenya. We had too much water. People could not, there was death because there's too much. Then another time there's drought. You can see there's death because there's no water. We need water. Too little water is also an issue of water resource management. How do we ensure that we have sufficient for all? And then there's poor quality because of pollution as we do our agricultural activities, as we do our industrial activities. Water released from urban ecosystems being released into the water system. This can also become a major problem, and these are issues of water resource management that we need to be concerned about. Move on. Now, Yes. Now, when we move on, we realize we need then to be able to manage the storm flow, because the storm flow is the greatest contributor of the non-point source pollution or that, releasing them. So that every time it rains, you'll always have nutrients of every kind. We have metals, we have suspended solids, we have pesticides, hydrocarbons, and microorganisms, all these being swept into a river system. And when you take that water, obviously, if it's not treated, health issues might emerge. And therefore, this is another aspect of water resource management concern. Proceed. And also, we have, when there is too much water, then we have heavy rainfall, rapid snowfall, removal of vegetation or destruction of wastelands, and this causes flooding. And when flooding occurs, of course, there is destruction of ecosystem, there is destruction of property, there is death. These are issues, another aspect of management, flooding and all that. Proceed to the next page. So that's about the same thing. Because of time, move on. Now here we could have 2 liters of water, and when we have 2 liters of water, especially in some arid areas, then we need irrigation. Irrigation is required. We need a lot of water where there is no water. That means we must get water from other water basins, so from exotic areas. That water is exotic to those environments, but we must invest in infrastructure to be able to get water from where it is to where it is needed. Protecting those infrastructures, ensuring those water supply infrastructure are sustainable, they are managed and repaired on good time to avoid wastage is a major concern of water wastage. Let's proceed. Another item of management is how we're using water, especially in the coastline regions of our countries. We find when we remove too much water faster than it replenishes, it lowers the water table. And this can cause a lot of environmental problems or disasters, like large subsidence. It can cause saltwater intrusion from the ocean. It can start seeping down and start getting into the agricultural land until the land that was initially productive becomes unproductive. Proceed. And when you overdraw water, okay, when you overdraw water, then you can damage ecosystems. You can destroy wetlands. They can dry up until there is no more wetlands anymore. Estuaries can become too salty and become environmentally unpalatable for vegetation and animals that coexisted there before. And there are a lot of problems because the population of the world has increased. There is need for water, per capita water for each and every one of us. We need water, and therefore water management, ensuring that everybody has sufficient water at the time he wants it, and nobody has too much than he needs, while another one has nothing, is a major concern. So the goal of water management is to ensure sustainable supply of quality water and sufficient amount of water throughout to all as we need it. Ensuring that we reduce, just a moment, yes, ensuring that we reduce water wastage. We ensure we put mechanisms of reducing water, we enhance water conservation mechanisms in our houses, in our environment, and everywhere. We recycle and reuse the water that we have. These are also modalities of, yes, I'm almost coming there, thank you. And we use technologies that increase water use efficiency and such kind of things. And so if we do that, these are the main issues that we need to focus on as we manage water for sustainability. One is that we ensure we resolve issues of water governance crisis. How people come together, the stakeholders involved to ensure we come up with modalities of resolving water user conflicts and ensure there is peace and harmony so that everybody is doing what is expected in a water user context to ensure that we are all sufficiently and justifiably all rightfully supplied. We secure water for domestic use, that everybody has sufficient water where it needed. We also need to ensure that our management system or regimes ensure there is water for food and industrial production, because we want also to grow. We protect vital ecosystems, and when we are able to do this, and we also ensure gender disparities, then we can be sure that in the days to come, everybody will be happy about our water regimes and the status of supply at all times. Thank you all for your audience. Other issues of concern about water will be answered very, very shortly by the following panel that I would want to invite here on the floor now. I want to invite Professor Ngwata, please come over. I want to invite Professor Ichombe, kindly climb over here. I want to invite Dr. Kiria, kindly come over here. And if Dr. Mutuma, come over here, and Dr. Jafford, come here, and would want you to, yeah, karibu sana. Yes. Yes, so we are grateful. We want now to do a discussion, and which will help us actually understand water and the climate nexus, so that we can see how we can manage our climate and water resource is for sustainability. Sustainable development is a key. Moses, kindly, yes, there's a chair for you. Moses, karibu. Come here, don't worry, I don't need to seat myself. Yes. Right. Now, thank you. Good morning, gentlemen. Now, to us here, colleagues, we have a panel on water and climate, and I want to introduce them to you. First, I would want to ask them to introduce themselves. Light from that side, can you introduce yourself? And the item you're going to discuss to us. Just that. Jaffa.
Thank you, Professor. I'm Dr. Gerald Idaya. I'm specialist in natural resources management, and I'm also the active dean, Faculty of Environmental Studies and Resources Development. I'll be discussing a bit on sustainability on water resources.
Good. Next.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Evans Mutuma. I'm a senior lecturer in the Department of Environment. I'll be discussing issues to do with water pollution, how water is an agent of pollution, and at the same time a recipient of pollution or a culprit of pollution. Thank you.
Yes, next.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. John Sagwata is my name. Currently working as Director, Research, Innovation and Technology Transfer at Machakos University. And having been invited here to give a keynote address on the subject that focuses on climate change and the challenges and opportunities that are available that we can leverage on going forward. And so I am here to receive wisdom and engage in the conversation that revolves around climate change issues and how those climate change issues can be managed in this country for sustainability. Thank you so very much.
Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Kiria, senior lecturer in the Faculty of Environmental Studies in the section of wildlife management. My background in wildlife ecology and planning. I will be presenting on human-wildlife conflict and how the issue of water scarcity and the issue of sustaining through effective planning. Thank you.
Good morning once again. Professor Joel Mwangi, Associate Professor of Chemistry, Department of Physical Science here in Chuka. I'll be talking about water infrastructure security and sustainable water supply. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Dr. Moses Katuri-Jero, a lecturer in the Department of Environmental Sciences, and currently the Director of Chuka University on campus. I'll be discussing on water and issues of public health.
Good. Well, I would wish to welcome you all, fellow colleagues, in addressing a variety of issues about climate and water, and I would wish to start with the senior most fellow, Professor Abuata. Kindly inform this audience, to what extent is climate change to blame for water scarcity in different environments of the world compared to poor management?
Allow me to stand.
Welcome. And you have 2 minutes.
2 minutes, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Water and climate are closely related. Based on what Professor has presented a short while ago, you will notice from the hydrologic cycle, which of course provides mechanisms on the flow of water that connects various systems, ground systems, soil systems, atmospheric systems. You will notice a very clear marriage between climate and water. So that if we affect the climate system, which provides one of the components from which we get water resources, will definitely affect the availability in terms of quantity, but also the quality of the water. Let me talk about the quality of the water. Whenever we affect the atmosphere by way of emissions that originate from what happens on the ground surface, whether it is through land use activities, whether it's through manufacturing, whether it's through commercial activities, those emissions finally end up in the atmosphere. Whenever clouds form in the atmosphere and precipitation happens, those contents that originated from the earth's surface finally find themselves on the water, on the land surface by way of precipitation. We have all heard about the issue that we refer to as acid rain. Acid rain is basically rain which is acidic because of the mixing of the contents that emanated from the earth's surface, which are combined with water in the atmosphere, finally coming back to the earth's surface in form of rain which is acidic. And whenever rain from the atmosphere that is acidic comes to the earth's surface, from the hydrologic cycle that we saw, there is infiltration, percolation, and finally we get to groundwater resources, affecting the quality.
Thank you now. I now want to get to the next colleague, Evans, who will link with what Professor just told us, that when you emit pollutants into the atmosphere, then obviously precipitation will bring them down, and you will suffer for what you caused yourself. Evans, to what extent is water an agency, and as well as a culprit of water, of pollution?
Okay, thank you very much, Chair.
You can have the luxury to talk from your position, please.
Okay, thank you.
You don't have to work.
Yes, how is water an agent and at the same time a recipient of pollution? I think if I can give an example of Tana River, which we all know, Tana River is approximately 1,000 kilometers from the source to where it drains. Now, 5% of this river is within the protected areas, and 95% of the river passes through the farms. These are privately owned farms, these are also communally owned farms, and you can attest that the 5%, water within the 5% of the protected area is very clear, very cold, with a lot of, with a lot of dissolved oxygen, and this is where you can find fish species like trout. Then after the 5%, these are farms where you find all manner of socio-economic activities, factories, a lot of farming, a lot of settlements, and all these will contribute to pollution. Now, within the farming areas, there's a lot of surface runoff, there's a lot of agricultural activities and the use of agrochemicals, and all these, water being a universal solvent. Water has a very unique characteristic. It's a universal solvent. and it will dissolve most of these solids, agrochemicals, you know, these pesticides into the rivers. Now here, the same water being an agent, because in pollution we talk of the source, the conveyance, and the recipient. Now, water here is a conveyance, but this also drains into the river, okay? So within this 95% of the length of this river, you will find a lot of turbidity. When you measure, let's say, dissolved oxygen becomes less as compared to the 5% within the protected areas. When you measure turbidity, it's very high, these are suspended storings, because of course we have a lot of runoff getting carried into the rivers. Again, there is also the aspects from the hydrological cycle. We have seen those channels that water moves through, and one is also infiltration. Now, water still as a soil will leach pollutants to the groundwater, causing pollution to the groundwater.
Wow, thank you. Now we realize that water is actually an agent of pollution. Can bring pollutants from their source region and pour them into water bodies. But then the water bodies are water. Then they are polluted. They become a cow plate. Wow. Yes. In that way, water becomes scarce because the quality of water is impaired. Once that happens, then we have a problem of scarcity and conflict comes in. Dr. Kiria, can you take up and inform us to what extent is water a factor in human wildlife conflicts or generally in water user conflicts?
Thank you so much.
Minutes, please.
Thank you. I'll speak from what my colleague has talked about, the issue of water in the resources, like the example was given of the River, which is passing across the...
Some fellows up there need to hear you.
Okay, sorry. I'm saying that how you pick from what Daktari has talked about, the example of Tana River, which is passing across the human inhabited areas and protected areas. And the protected areas is where we have wildlife. So actually, when it comes to the issue of water and the human-wildlife conflict, at the moment, I also link with what Professor talked about, the issue of climate change. We are experiencing impact of climate change, whereby there is an issue of water scarcity due to prolonged long seasons of drought, and also overuse by the communities living around protected areas. Because of the scarcity of rain, you find that communities have sought for alternative sources of water for livelihood, for farming around the protected areas. So they abstract the water that is getting to our parks and reserves, and therefore leaving very little of the water flowing into the national parks and reserves. So eventually what happens is that the wildlife will lack enough water, and they have to get out of the park to look for water in the community areas. So therefore, that results to conflicts.
And how can we address these conflicts?
Now, in the planning perspective, then there is need to come up with approaches that can be able to solve the water scarcity. The modern approaches, for example, we have the issue of the provisioning of water in the protected areas.
There is a gentleman next to you, Professor Gishombe. Now tell us how to supply water from where it is to where it is needed, and what we need to do to ensure it is sustainably supplied.
Thank you, Prof. Now you are referring to the issue of water security. So how do we protect the water from the time it's treated from the rivers to the time it's supplied, even the distribution systems? I can give a very good example. The people living in Chuka, some 2 weeks ago, there was no water. And the issue is they say that some elephants stepped on the particular supply line, but we know it was not elephants. It was a human elephant. So the human elephant is the one that I'm going to address here. So that's one of the issues about sabotage. That there is a lot of sabotage in the water supply system, and we need to know how to address that. Number two, we can also talk about the natural disasters. Prof showed us about, so every time when it rains a lot, there is a problem of water security in the terms of the particular floods are going to run away with almost all the pipes. Number three, the infrastructure. If you look at research, most of the water is lost in the particular supply system. So the dripping that I know most of you maybe you don't even check. When you go to the washroom, you don't make sure that the pipes, not the taps are tight. You can imagine if all of us left in our houses, we leave the taps, just a little bit of water. How much water is being lost here? So those are the particular effects. Let me not talk about climate change. The effect of climate change is having a very big effect on water security. I don't know whether, Prof, I talk about how to address those issues.
I'm hearing you. That's why I told you to tell us how to ensure it is sustainable supply.
Number one is that we must make sure the water infrastructure, the human particular interference, the water infrastructure must be made that it's perfect. And the particular maintenance or making sure that the water that is being supplied is supplied in a way that the systems of supplying water are good and up to date. And that also brings now to the human interference, because that is the take home from me. That when you are having water in your home, can you make sure that the whole piping system is okay? Because the little water that you lose,
Thank you for that.
Thank
you for that. We need to know that we need water for life. We need water to be healthy. We need water to be clean. And if we do not get sufficient water because of misuse and wastage, then we jeopardize our health. We jeopardize our cleanness. Let us have Moses Kaduri discussing to us about the extent to which water availability is a must for us to be healthy. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair, for this. For sure, we start by saying that we appreciate water is very important, in fact, a critical component of all living things. And therefore, on a day-to-day basis, we'll be taking a lot of water. And the problem we have with the water, other than availability and the distribution, is the quality of the water. And my colleagues have said about pollution. As we take this water, other than the probably, most of the time, unless the water that is supplied, the water that we get from the points that we have, maybe from rivers, from the streams that we have, we are not sure about its quality, because again, it has suffered from pollution. Therefore, you may find that it has been documented that we have like 70% of the admissions in Kenya are related, most of the hospital admissions, 70% of the hospital admissions are related to waterborne diseases.
So you are telling us we need clean water?
We need
health, unpolluted water?
Yes.
And we need sufficient water.
That is
so, Jafford, can you tell us how to ensure we have sustainable water in our households?
Thank you, Professor. I'll mention on integrated water resource management to enhance sustainability.
We call it a quit, and we get to the next phase.
Yes, and as you appreciate the presentation by our great professors here, for integrated water resource management, this ensures there is an enabling environment for everyone to access water. And it is therefore important to have institutional frameworks that ensures the monitoring and the control of the actions that ensures there is sustainable supply of water, and that there is no area that perhaps lacks supply. As we know very well that just from deserts to tropical forests, we have different water supplies or water requirements. Also, we know the variability of the water in supply. Therefore, sustainability is key. We have also to look at the infrastructure of water itself. How is water supplying and how is it done? And if we do that, we ensure that everybody is able to access water. And this water, both in terms of quality and quantity, it is critical to ensure that, because all all living things require water. Therefore, this supply is required to be sustainable. We have to balance again, as it were, based on the frameworks, both international, national, and even at local agenda. We have to see that we have the frameworks that ensure sustainable supply of water.
Thank you so much. So we can be sure, if we have sustainable water supply, we will be healthy.
Yes, sir.
We will be productive.
Yeah, through integrated.
We have a good future.
Yes.
That is good.
Even
our biodiversity will be well secured.
It will be sustained.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's the end of our panel discussion. And therefore, I would want to bring it to an end by now opening, and we get to the next phase, which is a question and answer. I think 5 minutes will be enough on this. And therefore, we want to open to the colleagues, participants. You're very welcome to ask, all to inquire of this depth of knowledge, these experts here, we are ready to welcome any question. Yes. Can we ask questions and then they answer so that we save on time?
You can limit to 3 questions.
Yes. All right. So we have one here. We have another one there. We have another one there. But then there should be gender. Yes, there is a, well, this one may be conflicted, but okay. Yes, gender. Those are 4. And the one there. All right. Okay, can we start with the Kenya?
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My question goes to Professor. There is a famous saying by Warren Buffett that a country that flourishes in rivers and natural resources, people often drown in them other than swimming ahead. I want to compare this saying with the country Kenya and Israel. I feel that Kenya has favorable climatic conditions and a lot of permanent rivers for our people to thrive and prosper. On the contrary, what we see is poverty and development.
Those who are asking questions, write your question down. Don't answer the questions. Kenya is already answering the question.
No,
ask a question, and then we go to the next person. The panelists will explain.
Okay.
Please.
So what make Israel perform better than Kenya in terms of development and industrialization in agriculture or matters pertaining water? Whereas I've already explained the contrast between the two. Thank you, Professor.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Straight to the question.
My question goes to Professor Agweta concerning the climate justice and climate action.
By the way, Kenya, yours was to which professor? Agweta. Okay.
And my question is, how can we navigate as scholars? How can we navigate the concept of climate injustice between the nations in the global north and global south? Thank you.
Okay, we have the third one. Daktari.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be allowed to be part of this important discourse. My question will go to Dr. Jafford, and this has to do with the water resource management. We know that we have frameworks, and some of them have established what we call water resources users association. To what extent are these associations effective in mitigating conflict that arises from utilization of the water resources that we have?
Okay, thank you.
The second one, please, as to do to the entire panel. Yes, to the entire panel. Now, I would have really appreciated if this conversation touched on water inequality. Many times people talk about economic inequality, gender inequality, but they forget that we also have inequalities in the utilization of the available natural resources, water being one of them. So
I allocate that to Gichombe. Can we get to our sister here?
Good morning. I'm Victoria Mbaka, and I'm here to place a concern. Yesterday we were talking about Gen AI, and we were appreciating about the ChatGPT and what they are able to do. But I think we also need to look at the environmental concern, because ChatGPT, if you look at it and the other Gen AI tools, when we have, when one person has a 30-minute conversation with ChatGPT, maybe you're doing your assignment, you're doing whatever you're doing with it, it takes one of these, it uses this amount of water for coolant. So I'm imagining if all of us in this room were using ChatGPT, and I thought this panel would be the right one to ask this question. Because we need to. Yeah.
Thank you. Can we answer one last question? There was somebody at the corner. Yes, and we finish.
I hope you have written it down.
and dairy. His question can be handled by anyone in the panel. I have a concern. Can we revert to the big latrines? Because if you look at the amount of water we spend by flushing the toilet, is not less than 10 liters per session. So if you do 10 times, 100 liters.
Thank you.
The amount we consume is less than 3 liters.
Moses, can we revert to the pit latrine instead of flushing? Because we are overusing water. And how will that deal with health? Welcome. I thought you said we'd close. Okay. Ya mwisho.
Okay,
umepewa ni chairman tu, chairman akipeana grace tunafuatilia.
Okay, thank you. My question goes to the panel.
Yes.
We have talked of climate change, which is real. And we have seen that most of it comes from the environmental factors and anthropogenic factors. So, what does it mean to the shoreline bands? Shoreline bands in the coast because of the intrusion, salinity, and the sea level rise.
Yes. Aguata, there you are. So, just be seated. Just sit where you are. Oh, you want to feel okay? All right. Welcome.
3 questions that were raised to me. One is the Israel-Kenya experience and contrasts. I will answer it very simply this way. The reason for where we are compared to Israel is about governance and leadership. That is it. If we get our governance and leadership right, we will be exporting food to everyone without question.
You say
and of course that brings in the water. If we manage our water,
that one is answered. Next.
The next one was about there's somebody who asked climate change justice. In my presentation, I indicated that there's a serious difference, by the way, between the north and the south. The north contributes significantly to the climate change challenge. The north is also very well endowed in terms of resources, technology, finance, and human capacity. So we are dependent on them to address this climate change mess that they cause and which we suffer the consequences. And that's where the injustice comes in. The international forum, in terms of conversation, is the North must take responsibility and provide leadership in terms of addressing the challenge that they have created.
Yes, they should pay for what they have caused.
Precisely.
We have answered that one. Now deal with the last one.
Thank you. The last one is a very interesting one, and I will give you a personal experience.
Yes.
I was in Europe, and I went to the washroom, and after I finished my business, there was a loud noise. Then I thought somebody had thrown a bomb too. I realized that was not the case. It is the way the systems are designed to only do what they are supposed to do when they are required to do it. A case of water management.
Yeah.
I would not want that we go the pit latrine way, but we can reorganize our water distribution systems in a way that we only make use of water.
There is a Chinese toilet.
Oh, yes.
He needs to know about it.
Yes, and by the way, we need
but
to
he should see you behind the tent.
But we also need to change that we don't use water in our toilets that is of quality that is meant to be used portably in the kitchens.
All right.
It's not useful. We can redesign our systems so that the water which is of not proper quality that is used, because you need good quality water in the systems. No, you don't need that.
I think you have even answered that, and you have assisted Moses. So Moses, you have no kazi. Kazi sasa ni kwako. Kichombi. Ati tunatumia maji mingi sana. Kukulu inaitwa nini? Tibi. Tibi chati. Tunatumia chupa mzima haba lita. Tuelezee namna gani? That is now wastage.
Technology is evolving. We don't have to use water as a coolant all the time. There are other things that can be used as a coolant.
But are we going there?
We are not there yet. You know, it's a matter of economics. Which is the cheapest coolant? Water. But the other particular coolant, that's why it calls for research. Because this is a research conference. Because we need other things that can cool without always using water. So we need to do that. Let me also talk about water equality so that I can water equality is real, but it's also an aspect of leadership. Because as you know, there was a time when the rivers down there dried up. Because the people up here, if you go to Juja, let me use like the Juja case, let me not use the...
You are going too far.
We
are poured water in the field here where people have no water.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And the Raka here, the river is going down there. Because the people up here are abstracting a lot of water. They don't care about what's happening down there. So the big farms here, they do that. So it's an aspect of leadership. How can we survive as a species if we don't cooperate? Thank you.
Actually, you know you are on infrastructure. If the Tharaka people had no water, and we were pouring water here, we complained, you remember, that we have too much water, it's blowing off our pipes. Why wouldn't the county provide infrastructure to take that water there? Anyway, it's governance, and if we get governance correct, things will go well. Can we get the other?
Yeah, I had one question on Water Resource Users Association.
Yes.
Whether they are effective in terms of control of conflict. Yes. I want to say Water Resource Users Association is an agent of Water Resources Authority, and they interact between the community level in terms of water management. And any stream or rather river or more than 25-kilometer stretch requires to have a Water Resource Users Association that is acknowledged, and they are able to develop their SCAMP, the sub-catchment management plans, and within these plans, they integrate all the issues they want to address on that region. And therefore, they control mainly the abstraction of the water and also the water uses and the water losses. At the same time, of course, there is a big conflict, especially where there is a massive abstraction by the upstream to jeopardize the downstream. And this one is also mitigated through, again, Water Resource Users Association, because they have a way to meet and discuss, and they're able to regulate the amount of water abstracted. Of course, this happens through the Water Resource Association, and also the hydrologists too are able to determine the amount of water requirement by a given project. And once we have this control, however, key thing is what many people are running away. I think that's why the question was asked. Not many water communities want to install water metering devices as a way of controlling the amount of water they consume or they use, whether for irrigation or for domestic use. And as a result, that's why we even talk about the elephants, human elephants and the likes. The critical issue here is for all of us to admit that we need to govern our water resources, and we need to know that everyone requires this water, and we accommodate everyone. Wherever they are, whether upstream, downstream, everybody requires this. And where we meet the meeting point, Water Resource Users Association.
That's okay, and we are done. You know, can you give us a clap? Yes, I want us now I want to appreciate the panelists. Thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you for also throwing some light into various issues that have been of concern to us. So we want to appreciate you all. So can we put our hands together and tell the panelists, thank you so much. Thank you. We turn the meeting now back to them.
Thank you very much, Professor Duru, and the panelists. It was good to have that panel discussion so that we can be able to understand how the issue of climate change marries with water resources management and ensure to it that is done. Now, we are assuming that we are at 9 a.m. Although we are at 10:12, we are assuming that we are at 9 a.m. and we are assuring everybody that you will present. We want to go to the breakup sessions that were supposed to start at 9 a.m. We have a climate justice, agriculture, environment, and health session, which is supposed to be in this room. I will share, I will continue sharing. Then we have environment, humanities, and law, humanities and social sciences. There are some presentations that will be going on in room 206. And there are some presentations that will be going on room 204. My request to the chairs in these rooms In 306, I'll be sharing. In 206, Dr. Ruse Madai will be sharing. And in 204, Dr. Kihara will be sharing. I am asking them to be very brief on time so that we can be able to give master students 5 minutes. They will not read their presentations, but because they are the ones who did the work, they will be given 5 minutes to say what they did. Not to project, so that we can be able to save on time. Then we will be having PhD students who will be presenting. They will be given about 10 minutes to present, like that, so that we can be able to finish this session, preferably by 10:45. And then maybe we can break for tea for 15 minutes, and then we get to the other session. I think we are in agreement, and therefore we allow the participants to go to the breakup room. And those who are supposed to be on climate justice, agriculture, environment, and health, they can remain here. Or all of you are in agriculture? So I think we have agreed that.
I think we are in agreement, and the first thing we need to have is the shares, the 5 sub-things. Lead your people to the room we are supposed to be. For those who do not have, for those who do not have, be free to join any of the sessions. Are we together? Because there are sessions that took off yesterday, and I believe some sub-things, they are done. You can remain here with Professor Gazongo, it's okay. You can go to education, you can go to humanities, you are free. But for those who are presenting now, follow your chairs and the rooms that as Prof has indicated, please. But feel free to stay here if you don't have, you are not, you did it yesterday. You are welcome to be with Professor Gazongo.
Then I would like to say something. When the master students and the PhD students are presenting, we have an assessment. Okay. So it's important that every presenter is there. That's what we are saying, that every presenter present their work, but PhD students will strictly be given 5 minutes or less.
Hello, PhD students are actually our colleagues. They are having 10 minutes. They are presenting a whole. They are, PhD students, me and them, we are fairly the same. They are our colleagues in waiting. Some are already our colleagues. The master students, they are the ones who are pitching for 5 minutes. But all of them must load their presentations. They must load their presentations. Are we together? That information is with the session share. So don't worry, Professor Gadongo. The information about who is presenting for what, where, the session shares have that information. That is Dr. Joylene Moshiri, Dr. Kiria, Dr. Dorcas, and then Dr. Ituma. They know all those things, so just move to those rooms. The other thing that I need to announce here is about the excursion. Because we are supposed to have an excursion, which is a separate story from this. And the session chair, the sub-team session chair, Dr. Moshiri, Kiria, and the rest, Dr. Dorcas, Dr. Ituma, you announce that to your sessions. By the time we go for tea, we'll be talking about how many have registered, and then we make a decision. We are paying at the registration desk. Ask for Wandera or Marion, and you do that, please. Thank you.
So for this session on climate justice, we have a presentation by Edward Jagi. Edward Jagi Silas. Edward Jagi Silas. Edward Jagi Silas. He is not there. We have a presentation by Oga. Oga is there? Yes, you bring your.
Is an essential food crop that is essential for food security. And this crop is produced by over 100 countries globally. And you find that it is essential for both the small-scale farmers and also the large-scale farmers. Over 300 million metric tons are produced annually, which is consumed by over 1 billion people. But you find that despite the high production of over 300 million metric tons, this production does not meet the global demand, which calls for maybe introduction of new technologies to facilitate increased production. In countries such as India and China, we find that there is high production, and research have established that this high production is facilitated by the use of new technologies. In average, in Africa, you find that about 40.2 tons is produced per hectare. In countries in America, about 25.9 tons are produced. In Europe, you have about 21.1 tons, where in Asia, we have an average production of about 18.3 tons. Now, based on studies from different research, we find that the adoption of agricultural technologies are essential in improving yields per unit of Irish potato. Now, the uptake of these technologies, especially in our study area that was in Orkarau, remains low, with most of the farmers using the traditional methods. These traditional methods have reduced the productivity to about 8 to 10 tons per hectare, which now calls for improvement in use of technologies. So the aim of this study was to maybe establish how we can increase the productivity of Irish potato in different sub-areas in Orkarau as our study area. So it was done in 5 words: Karau, in Karau, Uri, Kanpaga, and Uri Ridge. Then the study used a descriptive survey design to get an accurate profile of the factors and also the effect of adoption of agricultural technologies. This was done among the small-scale Irish potato producers. Then we used an heterogeneous switching regression model to establish the effects of yield, the effects of adoption of agricultural technologies on yield. Now, the results showed that for those farmers who adopted the 4 technologies which were under investigation, their yield increased. Their yield was 41.22 tons. For the non-adopters, it was, or for those who had adopted technologies but did not adopt the new technologies, was 30.02. For now, the adopters who now adopted the new technologies, their productivity increased to 42.0 tons. And for those who did not adopt any technology, their productivity was 20.24 tons. Now these results describes what was in the previous slide, where you find that the expected yield of the farmers who adopted agricultural technologies, their productivity increased to 40.2 tons per hectare. Then the expected yields for the farmers who had agricultural technologies but did not adopt the new technologies, their productivity was 30.01 bags per acre, whereas the average treatment effect for the adopters was 10.2 bags per hectare, which shows that there was a decline in productivity by 25.39%. Now, for the non-adopters who adopted the new technologies, their productivity was 42.02 bags per hectare, and for those who did not adopt any technology, their productivity was 30.01 bags per hectare. Therefore, there was an increase of 51.83% per hectare for those who adopted the new technologies. Now, this study concluded that the adoption of agricultural technologies had the potential to increase Irish potato yields per hectare, contributing in food security and also economic growth, especially in an era which is affected by changes in climate. Then, the study also concluded that the use of this technology would be essential in maybe improving or would arise the sector with the bottom-up economic transformation agenda of the current regime by focusing on empowering these small-scale farmers through the use of the modern technologies. Now, this study recommended that the climate justice, which is the sub-theme of our today's presentation, would ensure that these small-scale farmers, they have equitable access to technologies, as most of them are vulnerable. Also, this study recommended that there should be environmental considerations, such as minimizing the soil degradation through the use of the technologies that were being investigated, and also the pesticide reliance for the long-term sustainability of agriculture. And then the health impacts of certain technologies which are under consideration, such as the use of chemical fertilizers, maybe the use of fungicides, must be assessed to prevent negative consequences for the farmers and the communities at large. And lastly, this study recommended that there should be policies such as training and extension services, market policies, price support policies, and also public-private partnership policies which can help in aligning agricultural advancement with the climate change, health, and also environmental goals as part of our survey. So thank you for your time. That is the end of my presentation.
Thank you all for that presentation. We have taken that 10 minutes, exactly what we want. And now we welcome Olga to give the presentation. Then we'll have Brian, and there is a request. We have a person who is supposed to present in the afternoon, and she is bereaved. So we are requesting that she can present at this time. She is in nursing, so that we can give her time to go and relax.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dennis Olga, a PhD student, and presenting on influence of socio-economic factors on the increased adoption of modern practice adoption in Makueni County, Kenya. Background part one. On global context, mango is a significant tropical fruit with India, China, and Thailand leading global production, and that's according to Morithi et al. Africa context, Africa contributes 14% of global production, with countries like Kenya as key players. Kenya's mango production sector, despite Kenya's being East Africa's largest mango exporter, local marketing systems face many challenges, particularly in reaching international markets. Part 2, marketing challenges, especially in Kenya. Kenyan mango producers rely heavily on local markets, and this limits growth. Secondly, there is also underdeveloped infrastructure, in the sense that poor transportation and infrastructure further limit market access and profitability. On Kenyan focus, especially Makueni County, in Makueni, over 94% of mango transactions are local. This reflects restricted market reach and competitiveness. We also have a statement of the problem, part 1. Current practices. Kenyan farmers predominantly use traditional marketing practices with low transaction costs but limited market reach. International competitiveness. Countries like India and Mexico outperform Kenya in mango export markets. And therefore this leads to income disparity and missed growth opportunities. Literature gap that this study sought to address. Research often overlooks localized challenges in Kenyan mango production, particularly in regions like Makueni County. Statement part 2, in terms of gaps analysis. According to that citation, it emphasized the need for modern marketing practices to overcome local marketing constraints. Also, as a norm, 2022 highlights the necessity for quality improvements to meet export market demands. And also, ERTEA-SEE 2019 also points to income disparities caused by reliance on traditional marketing practices. Then, to justify the need for this study, addressing these gaps is essential to increase market access and profitability for smallholder mango farmers, especially in Makueni County. Purpose, objective and research question. Purpose, you can see the way they are. Essentially to determine the influence of socio-economic factors on marketing practice adoption. Then we go straight to significance of this study in terms of importance. The study provides insights into the socio-economic barriers in modern marketing adoption. Secondly, in terms of relevance, the findings will help policymakers and agricultural stakeholders design interventions to enhance mango farmers' competitiveness, especially on international markets. Finally, in terms of impact, improved marketing practices could significantly increase profitability and market reach for small-scale mango producers in Makueni County and other similar contexts. The conceptual framework, it is the way it is, you can see. In terms of education, and we understand that education improves understanding of market dynamics. Secondly, employment and income influence as indicated in the conceptual framework, influence financial stability and risk-taking for marketing investments. And finally, social status as captured in the conceptual framework and market information support network access and market adaptation. Location of the study and the research design. Study area was Makueni County, and this is justified as shown that Makueni was selected due to its dominant role in mango production and the challenges faced by local farmers in adopting modern marketing practices. Research design was descriptive survey design, research methodology, target population. Sampling was stratified random sampling, which was based on 3 strata, small scale, medium scale, and large scale. Sample size was that. Data collection, the structured questionnaire was used. Pilot study was conducted to validate the data collection tools. We also have data analysis, and essentially for this study, multinomial logistic regression was applied. Then we have results and discussion part 1, demographic characteristics, which was meant to contextualize the findings of the study, whereby we have 67.6 male farmers, but 7.8% are aged between 46 to 55 years. In terms of education levels, predominantly was secondary, 47.6%, and college at 40%. 83.3% of farms are small, between 0.9 to 5, between 0 to 9.5 acres, and this essentially could limit investments in marketing. That's according to EMEA's 2021. In terms of mango yield in McQueen County, about 51.9% produce between 0 to 500 kgs. This highlights potential barriers to modern marketing practices, according to Rural 20. Secondly, in terms of findings, income was at 58.5%. Of producers agreed that income significantly affects modern marketing practice adoption, education, and that. We also have great success. In this study, I picked only significant factors. So the other factors which you saw in the conceptual framework were left out because they were not significant. In terms of statistical analysis, logistic regression shows significant effects of income at that, with a p-value of that, and then education at p-value of 0.05 on adoption rates. Conclusion, summary, socio-economic factors, particularly income and education, significantly influence the adoption of modern marketing practices among milk producers. Challenges, limited great success and low market orientation in the broader adoption of advanced practices. Finally, in terms of implications, tailored interventions are needed to improve market access and the adoption of modern marketing practices. In terms of recommendations, policy recommendations to enhance access to credit and financial resources for smallholder farmers. Secondly, provide targeted training programs to improve farmers' understanding of modern marketing strategies. Thirdly, improve infrastructure to facilitate market access and distribution. Future research should focus on the impact of specific marketing practices like branding and export orientation on smallholder profitability. And that's the end of my presentation. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Bwana, for that presentation. We would like to invite Brian to give us a presentation for 10 minutes. Then, yeah, you will also present.
Okay, good morning. My name is Brian Odich from the Faculty of Environment and Resources Development. And today I'll be giving a presentation on the dynamics of soil physicochemical properties along an elevation gradient, and this is a case of the Mount Kenya East region. Okay, as a part of the introduction, the soil physicochemical properties play an important part in determining soil fertility, agricultural productivity, and also in terms of climate change mitigation. So it's important to ascertain these factors and characterize them. And some of the key properties which were looked at in this study includes bulk density. We have pH, soil organic carbon, and total nitrogen.
And these factors, these properties are usually influenced by a number of factors, including the climate, the vegetation, the elevation, and also the different management practices within the farms. In terms of the problem statement, the eastern slopes of Mount Kenya is one interesting landscape in terms of the elevation ranges and also the various agricultural practices which are carried out within this region. And there is limited information on how these soil properties vary in relation to the elevation, and therefore this lack of this information hinders context-specific management practices in terms of agriculture to improve agricultural production in the area. The objectives of the study, one was to find out the variations in terms of the soil physical chemical properties in relation to elevation. Number two, it was to find out how these soil properties differ with soil depth. Number three, it was to find out the relationship among the various soil properties, and also the other objective was to find out the trends of soil organic carbon, total nitrogen stocks, and carbon to nitrogen ratio in relation to elevation. As for the study area, this study was carried out in the eastern part of Mount Kenya, specifically Tharaka-Nithi County. So the upper part of the county, just after the forest, towards Kiera Hill, which is about 1,000 meters. So the study covered an elevation range of about from 1,000 meters to 1,700 meters, and this is within a distance of about 15 kilometers. So you can see the great variation in terms of elevation within a very small distance. And specifically, we focused on agricultural land. In terms of the description or the characteristic of the study area, so the study area was stratified into three major zones. We have the lower farmland, which basically started from about 1,000 meters to 1,200 meters. And the lower farmland was within the lower midland zone in terms of agroecological zonation. We had the middle farmland between 1,200 to 1,450 meters, which was basically an intermediate zone between the upper midland and the lower midland zone, and also the upper farmland zone, which was from 1,450 to 1,700 meters. And these zones had sampling points, 5 sampling points each, and also the soil types were basically the unique nutisols. In terms of the temperature, the temperatures were increasing down the elevation gradient, while the rainfall decreased down the elevation gradient. So these are some of the preliminary information in terms of the study area characteristics. In terms of the sampling design, I used a stratified sampling design, whereby the study area was stratified based on elevation and also the agroecological zonations. So the sampling was done at an interval of 50 meters elevation, and I had about 15 sampling points with 2 soil depths, and therefore I had about 30 samples from the entire study area. And the sampling was done within 20 by 20 meters sampling locations and 5 by 5 meters sampling points. And the samples were collected from 4 points, and after that we had a composite sample to represent the samples. The samples were prepared by air drying and removal of roots before crushing in preparation for analysis. We also took some core samples for balance determination in order to calculate soil organic carbon stocks. In terms of the analysis, the instruments which were used to carry out the analysis, For soil organic carbon and total nitrogen, the elemental analyzer was used. For pH, the digital pH meter was used, while for soil texture, the laser refractometer mastersizer was used in determining the particle distribution. In terms of the data analysis, a number of techniques were used. ANOVA was used to determine the difference in terms of the mean for the different properties, while the Pearson correlation was used to establish the relationship among the different soil properties, and the t-test was used to establish differences in terms of means for the various soil depths. Analysis was carried out in R and also in Excel in terms of presenting or plotting the various graphs. To the results, the selected properties showed some variations in terms of the distribution based on elevation and soil depth. And for bulk density, there was an observed decrease in the bulk density values as you went up the elevation. So in the lowest elevation, the bulk density values were higher compared to those in the middle and the upper elevation. For the soil organic carbon, it was the opposite, whereby the carbon content increased with the elevation, same as the soil total nitrogen. For pH, there was no much variation, and in terms of sand, the content of the sand, there was less sand content in the upper elevations compared to the middle and the lower elevations. And for the clay content, more clay was found in the upper elevations compared to the middle and the lower elevations. For the various soil properties, the correlation among the different soil properties, it was found out that soil organic carbon was strongly positively correlated with total nitrogen, while sand content was negatively correlated with silt. And bulk density also showed a negative correlation with soil organic carbon and the total nitrogen content. In terms of soil organic carbon stocks, which is a product of bulk density and soil organic carbon content, there was an observed reduction in the soil organic carbon down the elevation gradient. So significant difference was observed between the upper farmland and the lower farmland elevation. While for the total nitrogen stocks, also a similar observation was made, whereby in the upper elevations, the content was more compared to the middle and the lower elevation zones. For the carbon-nitrogen ratio, it was more of similar in terms of the content, like there was no significant variations in the carbon to nitrogen ratios between the three elevation zones. So to conclude, we say that based on the results, there was a variation in these properties based on elevation and soil depth, and also these properties were also correlated among each other. A recommendation, then there is a need for tailored soil management practices based on elevation and also soil depth, and also soil and conservation practices must be carried out to enhance the fertility in the upper zones and also in the lower zones to improve the fertility of the lower zones. And there is also need for further research to explore the long-term impacts of these implications on the crop yields in the study area. And with that, I come to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Brian. Now we are going to have our last presentation from Madame Josephine from nursing. You can give her 10 minutes. Not 10 minutes, because she's a master's student, it is 5 minutes. You really don't need a presentation, you can just explain.
Done at Kiribi Sub-County Hospital, and these are my supervisors, Dr. Kome,
and Dr. Catherine. So we usually say that the nurses and midwives are the largest workforce within the hospitals, and therefore their welfare need to be relooked so that they can be able to offer quality of care within the facility, about the health facilities. So, as I said, the study was done at Kibini Hospital. The pre-test was done at Kirinyaga Sub-County Hospital. Kirinyaga is also in Kirinyaga County, at Level 4 Hospital. And why it was selected is because both hospitals are Level 4 hospitals in the same county, and therefore the same environment for the nurses and midwives who work in both hospitals. The study itself was analytical design, conducted at Kibimbi with all the nurses in the facility, that is 60 nurses who work there, and a focus group discussion among the 14 senior nurses, those are the in charges of the nursing departments within the hospital. The study was trying to answer the questions on job-related factors that affect the satisfaction among nurses, work-related factors that also affect the motivation among nurses and midwives, individual factors that also affect the nurses' motivation and job satisfaction among nurses and the midwives, and lastly the individual factors among the same. All the 60 nurses, methodology was the same administered questionnaire that was given to the nurses, and after being explained to, they were left with the questionnaires, and because they know how to read and write, after they gave the consent, they were able to fill the questionnaires, and then I corrected the questionnaires later. I also had a discussion with the 14 nurse managers in a focus group discussion, and then after that I was able to analyze the data. The data has been presented in tables and figures and even narrations, and maybe in conclusion from the study showed that the higher the experience among the nurses, the higher the satisfaction, actually at 67.2%. Most of the nurses, among the nurses, about, most of them were aged between, the mean was about 31 years, but there are those that were over 40 years and others that were between 20 and 30 years. But the mean was about 31 years of age. The nurses that had a larger age, that is from 45 and above, they seem to be more satisfied with their job compared to the nurses that were younger. And again, the nurses that had a diploma level, and that they are the most of them, because you have nurses in diploma levels, degrees, and others master's level, but in Kibebe we didn't have any with the masters. They only the degree cadre and the diploma cadre, but the nurses at the diploma level are feeling more satisfied compared to the degree nurses. Reason being, the degree nurses felt that they were being subjected to the same kind of workload as the diploma nurses, and therefore they felt like the county government is not considering their level of education. They also felt that, in general, the nurses felt that they were not being given fair promotion process within the county, within Kibini Sub-County Hospital. The promotion was not done as per the performance and experience, and therefore they felt demotivated as per that factor. They also felt that
the issue of going back to school to advance in education, the county government was not taking care of them. If a nurse has to go to school, he or she has to resign first from work before then they go to school, then they can come back and also maybe apply to be employed again in the county government. So nurses felt that within the work-related factors, they felt promotion was an issue, they felt advancement in their career was an issue, and they also felt that working tools were not available throughout the year. So at one time they have the working tools, other time they don't have the working tools, and therefore even when they're working there they feel demotivated because they know what they're supposed to do, but they have no tools of service or tools of work to serve the patients. And therefore, in conclusion, we found that many researches have been done on the financial factors, but non-financial factors, not so much had been done, and more so in the Kirinyaga County and Kibiti Sub-County Hospital, and therefore it brought an insight even to the managers of the hospital, so that the recommendation would be that when it comes maybe to promotion, the county need to develop strategies that are fair and just to every nurse who works in the county and in the hospital, so that experience is considered and even job performance. The other recommendation is that the managers should come up with strategies, maybe improve on the procurement processes, so that there are tools of work throughout the year when nurses are offering, nurse and midwife, they're offering their services. The other recommendation was that nurses, the managers need to come up with strategies on how they can be allowing their nurses and midwives to go back to school to advance, so that they can also grow their career-wise, also to be able to improve their services as they continue working. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Josephine, for that presentation. Members, we come to the end of this session. I thank you all. We have been perseverant, and because of that, we have tea on the first floor and ground floor. I am being told that there is also a place for taking tea upstairs, but most of the people preferred to go upstairs for excellence purpose, and the tea is exhausted. So we have to go to first floor or ground floor, where there are tents. You take your tea very fast, and then we converge here for those who are having the next session here. We converge here by 11:15, so that we start the other session for the mid-morning. Thank you very much, and God bless you. So let's go for tea.
So food animals as a source of livelihood for human beings, their health is really closely related to the health of human beings, and therefore we cannot look at food from environmental or animal sources without mentioning the aspect of the one health, because the health of the animal will affect the health of the human being, which also has a direct impact on environmental health. When handling meat, I'm referring to meat that are sold in our local butcheries, for example, the beef and the poultry. And the handling practices as meat moves along the value chain has a direct effect on the quality, and when it comes to quality, I'm referring to microbiological quality of meat. And if the sanitation procedures are of high standard, then it means that the food that is being produced will also be of high standards. I'll summarize my methodology. My study areas were 3 counties, that is Tharaka Nithi County, Embu County, and Meru County. And I chose these counties because they are characterized by an urbanizing population, given that accessibility to foods like proteins are really directly proportional to the economic conditions of people. And when it comes to accessibility of meats in towns, there's a lot of increase in consumption in proteins within towns, because street foods or fast foods they take a shorter time to prepare, and also the people who live around such areas prefer them as better sources of foods. The design was structured as a nested, whereby the butcheries were nested within the different counties. The sampling procedure I used was a survey whereby there was face-to-face communication between the interviewee and the interviewer. And this was important because the interviewer had an opportunity to at least observe the conditions at which the meat was being handled and was being stored. I did Kaikwe analysis just to identify if there is any significant relationship between my predictor variables and independent variables. My main predictor variables that I've chosen to present today are mainly the gender, the level of education, and the experience. So from this analysis, the independent variables, which really point towards sanitation or microbiological quality, but the sanitation practices, storage conditions, including things like refrigeration options, if they're there or not, environmental conditions involving things like proximity to waste disposal places, and also proximity to places like toilets. Does experience or level of education really affect the setup of a meat sale enterprise? And then health certification, which is one of the main things that is required by the Kenyan government to meet handlers to have on a regular basis. So these are my results summarized in one table. I've just selected a few of the results which I felt that were giving a significant overview of what is happening currently. So I found out that gender, contrary to public opinion, does not really affect the frequency of cleaning or the sanitation among butcheries. And when it comes to meat storage, you find that most butcheries were hanging their meats and they were not really storing them in refrigeration overnight, whereby refrigeration is a preferred storage method for meats. Education levels did not really affect the cleaning procedures, given that from the initial frequency analysis was that more than 50% of the personnel had post-secondary education. And in this matter, I expected that at least the level of education affects the sanitary conditions that are there in raw meat establishment. but education did not affect, meaning that there are habits that have already been developed that are not easy to break. Variables such as there being a separate cashier who is handling money apart from the person who is cutting the meat. The difference was not really affected by education or experience. So I also wanted to find out if the people who have been in the business for more than 5 years really had their establishments located at places which are far from toilets or which are far from waste disposal sites. But I realized that there was no significant relationship between those two, and most of the behaviors were explained by economic gains. For example, some individuals felt that hiring a separate person to handle the cash was more expensive, so one person being in one establishment was better. And for those who had different cashiers, it was because the businesses were located in busy areas, and therefore to facilitate easy movement of customers and the flow, they found it better to have a separate cashier. So the idea of sanitation was not a driving factor, or even health was not a driving factor based on the choices that these business enterprises made. My conclusion is that there need to be proper training, especially on hygiene, so that the personnel or the people running these enterprises realize the important place that the meat business holds, given that most of foodborne diseases are really propagated by animal-sourced foods. There is need for stimulation of habit change, such that if there is an habit that is already maintained within a place, and someone who is educated comes from college or a training institution, goes to a place and finds that the behavior there is not in tandem with sanitary conditions, then they are able to bring in the change such that the effect of education is felt in these enterprises. As much as the people who are running these businesses, they know that they should not handle money and handle the meat at the same time. They know that they should have protective wear. They know that they should be washing their hands frequently, but they do not really want to implement them. So I suggest or recommend that we increase the awareness. The awareness is there, but if it is increased or maybe stimulated, then these changes are likely to be implemented, and we can break the chain between the food animals, the animal handling health, and the human being side, and so we can have improved sanitation in our foods. Thank you for listening. These are pictures. One picture is ideally what we expect our butcheries to look like, and some of them actually look like that. But on the other side, on the left side, you find that the meat are hanged, and you can realize that the offals, which are the intestines, are placed closer to the other parts of the animal, and therefore there's a likelihood of cross-contamination of pathogens which mainly inhibit the intestine. So there's need for separation of the meat. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. I think we have the second presenter, that is Timothy Namaso. Is he with us? Okay. It's already loaded here.
Meanwhile, as he looks for the presentation, Dr. Brexidis Mandila from the University of Kabianga, Kericho County. And I teach forestry and agroforestry. So today we are making a presentation on comparative analysis of carbon stock in our tropical forests along climate gradient. This project has been implemented across 9 tropical forests, which have been identified based on blocking effect on the amount of rainfall this ecosystem receives, as well as the temperature. So this morning we were privileged to hear about water resource management, and of course it was touching on water scarcity with regard to climate change. And of course water is just a component of natural resources. And today, this mid-morning, I would like to touch on forestry as a component of natural resource, with the main ecosystem service being carbon sequestration potential. So the project was a multidisciplinary project implemented across 3 major institutions, that's KEFRI, University of Kabianga, and University of Nairobi. So just to highlight what we will cover, basically the background information of the study, the methodology that was used for this study, and of course our findings as far as 2 major objectives are concerned on functional traits of the trees and tree biomass carbon stock in different tropical forest categories in Kenya, as well as soil organic carbon content in our tropical forests. Today we have our tropical forests, which basically cover about 13% of our African land biomass. And these forests, or these ecosystems, they account for over 90% of the continental terrestrial carbon, amongst other ecosystems that we have, like the wetlands, the swamps, among others. Therefore, these particular ecosystems, based on the current situation that we are in with regard to climate change in relation to precipitation and temperature, there have been projections that rainfall is expected to decline at a rate of 10%. And therefore, temperatures are also likely to increase to about 0.5 degrees Celsius in a decade. And there are further projections that these temperatures are likely to increase come the year 2050 to about 2.5 degrees Celsius. And this is therefore likely to affect the functioning of these ecosystems in a direction that is yet to be determined, or there's a lot of uncertainty about the estimation of carbon stock. We therefore hypothesize that carbon sequestration potential of tropical forests along the ecological gradient in Kenya is influenced by climate variability. The study took place in 9 forests, and these forests were categorized according to the amount of rainfall received, and therefore we had 3 major categories. We had rainforest, tropical rainforest, tropical moist forest, and tropical dry forest. For tropical rainforest, data was collected from Mount Elgon Forest, Kakamega Forest, and South Nandi Forest. For moist tropical forest, data was collected from Mau Forest, we had Nyangweta Forest, as well as Cherangani Hills. For dry forest, data was collected from Kigwezi Forest. We also had data from Shimba Hills Forest, as well as Marsabit Forest. So that is our study areas. So we identified, we had 20 plots, 10 main plots established in each forest, measuring 20 by 100 meters. Then out of these 20 plots, we had subplots within these plots. And the subplots were measuring 2 by 50 meters. So it's from these subplots that complete enumeration was done in terms of determining species densities, measuring of diameter at breast height, as well as identification of the tree species in that particular ecosystem, and collection of soil samples. So, complete enumeration was not done in the whole 20 subplots. So the first subplot was randomly identified, and then of course subsequent subplots were identified by skipping one plot. And that is led us to use of systematic random sampling. So above ground biomass was determined by use of Chavez et al. 2024 allometric equation. It's a Pan-African mixed species allometric equation that was used in determining above ground biomass. And therefore, this above ground biomass cannot be equated to what we call above ground carbon. So above ground carbon is just a percentage of that particular entire biomass of that particular tree species. So we use this equation 2, which talks about the above ground biomass carbon, which is basically 46% of the total above ground biomass that you get in the first equation. And then you get your below ground biomass, which is determined based on 2 major equations, depending on whether your above ground carbon is greater than 62.5 tons or is less than 62.5 tons. Then soil carbon was determined based on lab analysis. So these are our findings. You realize that based on density and functional traits, in terms of species stem density, dry zone forest registered the highest stem density. They had the highest number of stems in that particular ecosystem as compared to moist deciduous rainforest. But if you look at the specific gravity, wood gravity, for dry zone forests, trees, they had the highest of mean of 0.67 kilogram per cubic meter compared to rainforest and moist deciduous forest. And this could be well explained because for rainforest and moist deciduous forest, these trees basically consume a lot of moisture as compared to dry zone trees. Then, as far as tree biomass carbon stored is concerned, there was a slight difference in terms of amount of carbon stored between the rainforest and the moist deciduous forests, more or less the same. There was no significant difference. But the means differed significantly or varied significantly within the dry zones. So if you compare the dry zones with the rainforest and the moist deciduous forest, you find that dry zone registered the least amount of carbon stored, which is about the total amount of carbon that if you take above ground and below ground summation, you'll get this about 75 mega carbon stored as compared to rainforest and forest, deciduous forest. So the reason why this could have this kind of results is because you've realized that when you are computing the amount of carbon stored, it's basically based on diameter at breast height as well as the height of that particular tree. So if you look at the diameter of trees within the dry zone and of course the height, they were quite low in terms of their sizes. They are very small as compared to rainforest and most deciduous. That's where you realize such kind of figures. And this is basically due to environmental conditions that these particular forests are found in. We ecologically find that these areas experience water scarcity, there's less microbial activities, therefore the churning of the organic matter so as to produce nutrients that are necessary for their growth, and physiological activities is less within the dry zones. And therefore, you'll find that if the situation remain at status quo, the way we do things the usual way, then we are likely to lose on this important service that we are likely to get from this particular ecosystem if climate change continues the way we are experiencing today. In terms of soil organic carbon content, in tropical forests, rainforests registered the highest. Rainforests registered the highest, and then you can see the trend is decreasing all the way from rainforests to dry zones. Therefore, we conclude that these climatic conditions, they affect biomass and soil carbon sequestration potential of these tropical forests, and therefore climate change and global warming are affecting the functioning of tropical forests. We therefore recommend that there's need for sustainable management strategies to minimize other risks affecting tropical forests, which are not limited to human elephants, as we had this morning. Then we also need to measure such as, we need also to talk of measures such as efficient use of renewable energy sources so as to mitigate climate change, to reduce over-reliance of our tropical forests. Thank you very much for listening.
Asante sana daktari. So we have the next presenter, that is Quinten. Is he around? Oh.
Yes, good morning. Good morning. I'm called Quinten, and I'm going to present a paper on effects of farming practices on the level of stability, nitrates, and phosphorus in the Farming Embu, co-authored by Professor Magana and Dr. Nyanga, Professor Magana from this university, and Dr. Nyanga from Embu University. So the background, Rupinas has been having a lot of change in land use that has not been monitored, and nitrogen and phosphorus has been the main limiting influencing factors in the farms. So you find that the effects of the land use have not been actually captured and checked. Actually, this topic runs well with what was being discussed today as the theme topic, particularly from Dr. Morelli that I was talking about. So being a primary source of the river for over 116,000 inhabitants, I think we need to check on the kind of farming practices that are not allowing any kind of pollution. So my aim was actually to find the kind of the spatial arrangement of farming practices, the spatial arrangement of the nitrogen, phosphorus, and adaptability, and then to find the relationship between the farming practices and the chemicals that I was testing. So this is where I was doing the area that I was trying to do, which is within Embu West. And the research was actually ecological survey approach, where I did some questionnaires to the farmers, and then I did a transect walk that actually divided the farm, the 24-kilometer range into 7 zones. That is the main T zone, the T zone, then the T zone, then the T coffee zone, and then mixed farming, and then town zone, and then the livestock zone. The quantitative data was from what the chemicals testing that I did, and then the independent variables, of course, was the farming practices, and the dependent variables were the water test parameters. So sampling procedures, it was started by random sampling, whereby I had a total population of 240 farmers residing along the total area. Then I got to 150. From there, I did a proportional allocation. I ended up having every zone having 20 farmers, 10 from each side. Then I did simple random sampling from each zone. So then I did a purposive kind of water sampling, whereby I took the entry and exit point for every zone, so that I get the contribution for each side. Totally I had 96 water samples, and then I did an ANOVA of all at a P level of 0.05. So this is when you go to results and discussion. This is the total that I got from the questionnaire. Maybe just to summarize what I got, I got that there are some 4 farming practices. That is planting of permanent perennial crops. Maybe these are corrections. It's supposed to be 4. And then this was mainly from the tea to the coffee zones that we saw permanent crops being planted. Those permanent cover crops, that is mainly in the tea zones, that is the main tea and the tea zone. Then also I discovered there was planting of perennial crops, and perennial crops that is between the mixed farming zone to the livestock zone. And then finally, there's the construction of soil and water conservation, particularly in the coffee zones where we had bench terraces. In terms of the spatial variation of the 3 chemical parameters that I was testing, all of them certainly there was no statistical significant difference in the water stability, in the nitrates and the phosphates. But however, I decided to go further and check the contribution of each farming practice on the 3 parameters that I was checking. In terms of the effect of farming on the practices on stability of water, the coffee zone had the highest level of stability at that level, and then this was probably due to the steep slopes and soil and water conservation that were not well maintained. We also have livestock tea zone and the town zone registering one of the highest. This was as a result of non-perennial crops being planted and no physical soil and water conservation structures that were done in this zone. And then there was the tea and main tea zone that are registered the lowest of the parameters that I was checking for stability. The combination was due to a combination of perennial crops and the physical and soil water conservation. But all the zones, the main tea and except the main tea and the tea mixed farming zone, the stability levels were below the whole levels of 5 NTUs. Now, in terms of the effects of farming practices on nitrates and phosphates, the graphs were almost similar. You could see it was going just like so, the same. So I could actually see similarity in the behavior of nitrogen and phosphorus. So I put them together. And what I concluded, what I noted from them, in all zones, the mean nitrogen phosphorus contribution were below the whole permissible limits. For nitrogen was 45 milligrams per liter, and then for phosphorus it was 5 milligrams per liter. So the average NP levels between the NP zone and the coffee zone compared to the average levels of the NP between the mixed farming zone, we see that those ones in the previous zone had lower P and N readings compared to those ones that are on the lower zone. This was mainly because of the difference in the farming practices. The former section had permanent slope or permanent crops, particularly coffee and tea. The other ones didn't have permanent crops. They were planting these non-perennial crops like maize, beans, and the rest. So there was a lot of disturbance in soil in the lower zone. Then thirdly, the main zone showed the lowest NP levels. It was mainly because of the permanent perennial crop cover crops. There was a general increase in nitrates and P levels as you moved from the upper zone to the lower zone, showing that there was an effect of the kinds of farming practices that you're practicing. If you did farming practices in terms of permanent crops, then it meant that you have lower P and N. So, and then finally, tea and coffee zones had the least nitrogen and phosphorus levels despite very steep slope. This was because of a combination of soil and water conservation, structures, physical, and then a combination with perennial crops. So there was a very strong effect of a combination of permanent crops and soil and water conservation. So in conclusion, this being my last slide, the first conclusion was actually, we saw, I deduced that there was 4 main farming practices: planting of permanent perennial crops. Secondly, there was a planting of permanent cover crops. Then there was planting of non-perennial crops. And then finally, construction of soil and water conservation structures that were physical. Then the second conclusion was that there was no significant variation of means of stability, nitrates and phosphorus in all the river Bengazi across all the 7 zones. But however, going deep into the effect of the farming practices on these 3 parameters, I discovered that they have an influence on the farming practices had an influence on stability, nitrogen and phosphorus levels in the water. In what ways? Planting of perennial crops, especially cover crops, minimize the amount of nitrogen and physical and nitrogen and phosphorus levels in water. And particularly if you do a combination of nitrogen of permanent crops and physical soil and water conservation, you receive very little amount of nitrogen and phosphorus polluting or stability polluting the river. Then secondly, planting of non-perennial crops like herbs, tomatoes, and the rest actually increase the levels of nitrogen, phosphorus, and stability in the river. So we tend to have to discourage planting crops that are actually disturbing the soil. Finally, the farmers need to be encouraged into doing farming practices that actually avoid disturbing the soil, or we do minimal kind of soil tilling. Particularly, we should go the direction of planting high-value crops like macadamia and, for example, avocados along the riparian areas that will encourage or discourage the disturbance of the soil. I think with that one, that is what I have for today. Thank you for listening.
I think we stick to the 10 minutes. It's covered exactly 10 minutes. And if you have any questions in the presentations, please write down. Then you'll ask, you have a question, another session immediately into the presentation. We have about 3 or 4 presentations to go. So the next one is Esther Eli Bunga, right there. Come on.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Esther Arunga from University of Wimbu. I'm a plant breeder, so I'll take you through development of new cultivars. That's what breeders do. Here. Yeah, it's written Arunga. Yes. Okay, while he's searching, I can give a brief overview of the project that we are doing. We are developing French bean cultivars that are resistant to multiple diseases. As French bean, also known as green bean or snap bean, is a vegetable crop. Is a group of common bean whose pods are consumed as a green vegetable. In Kenya, the crop is mainly for export purposes, mainly, but consumption is increasing because of urbanization and the sensitization on the nutritive value of the crop. However, there are challenges with the crop because a number of diseases affect the production of French beans in Kenya, and farmers are using chemicals, bearing in mind that the crop is mainly for export. There are issues that deal with the maximum residual levels of chemicals. So what we're trying to come up with are varieties that the farmers will use less chemicals because we want to utilize post-plant resistance. So these are some of the diseases we are working on. There are 3 fungal diseases, that is anthracnose, angular leaf spot, and rust. So the objective I mentioned already, that is to develop French bean lines with resistance to anthracnose, angular leaf spot, and rust. At this moment, we don't say you develop varieties. The final output is a variety after the Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Services has tested it and declared it new. So what we did was to develop lines that can be taken to national performance trials and later be released as new varieties. So we used 3 resistance donors. 2 were dry beans because we could not get resistant germplasm within the French bean cultivars, and they were to donate various genes for angular leaf spot, anthracnose, and bean rust. And we used an, let me call it obsolete variety, AMI, as the recurrent parent in a backcross breeding program. So this was the scheme. Because of time, I can't go into details, but we are utilizing molecular marker for selection. When you are selecting, you either subject the lines or the progeny or the offspring to that particular constraint. But when the conditions are not as required as they are supposed to be for expression of these diseases, you select using at the lab level. Then after you advance, then you go ahead and test the material in the field. So after we developed these lines, we conducted preliminary yield trials. In breeding, the preliminary yield trials have less replications and a few sites because of the number of seeds that is available. So at the preliminary yield trial level, we screened 30 lines. But later on, we see the rest are just the experimental layout. We use the RCBD. And then at that time, when we conducted the preliminary yield trials in 2020, we collected data on various agronomic aspects and the yield aspects, because yield is the primary objective of any breeder. So we did also disease scoring. Later on, we did advanced yield trials. Now the numbers are reducing because we select. We managed to screen 13 breeding lines in 2021 because 3 had less seed. Then later on, we added the number of lines to 16. Alongside, we used the commercial checks because the commercial checks is what KFIS will use for screening, for testing your material. They have to perform, your material have to perform better, if not equal to what is already existing. Now, when I move to, this is how we collect data on pod traits. So the results indicate that we successfully transferred about 4 genes to a commercial cultivar using the molecular markers as shown, and then 30 out of a number of 100, about 108 lines were selected for the preliminary yield trials. And then during the preliminary yield trials, you observe some diseases, and that is why we excluded some material that had that particular symptom. Later on, in the advanced yield trials, we were a bit keen, ensuring that we analyze the data well so that we get the final product that we'll move with. We discovered effects. There were effects due to where you are planting, because we tested this material in Murang'a, Kirinyaga, Embu counties. So we realized that there are differences. There are those materials that you will release them for a particular area. However, the commercial cultivars had better pods, because the pod is what the consumers eat. Since we brought this material we derived them from dry beans, the pods were affected. Okay, I won't look at these tables, but I can share with anyone who is interested later on. But in a nutshell, most of our materials were resistant to most of these diseases. So in this program, we managed, as mentioned earlier, to stack. When you bring together, we call it pyramiding or stacking, these genes together, and molecular markers were effective in doing this business. Breeding is also a business. So, however, there's one pathogen whose resistance we could not track using molecular markers, and therefore, if those molecular markers are available, they will increase efficiency. Further, the use of dry beans in breeding French beans is an issue, because it affects the pod quality, and therefore, getting more germplasm among French bean material will be crucial, will be important or useful to plant breeders. So, in conclusion, we managed to identify at least 16 lines that were developed, and this material can be tested further for formal release, or they can be used for other breeding purposes. The project is funded by Cacao's Trust, and we wish to acknowledge them, and also we work closely together with Calro. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Now we have the next presenter, that is Sarah Nyawira.
Of selected French bean varieties for pod quality and yield traits in Kenya. They are normally known by other names depending on the kind of continent you are. For example, the garden bee, the string bee, or snap bean, and they are all forms of common beans. They share the same species, that is Phaseolus vulgaris. And French bean production is becoming more important in the socio-economic system in East and Central Africa, because mostly they are grown by smallholder farmers, especially the women and also the youth. And the production in Kenya is largely for export, but as my supervisor said, the local consumption is also taking some traction because of urbanization and also realization by the consumers on matter of healthy diets. And due to active participation by smallholder farmers, the crop has the potential to address the food security and also alleviate poverty, according to the development in this country on matter of food security and poverty alleviation. And the quality and the yield of the edible pods of the French beans are of interest to the plant breeders because it influences the crop adoption by farmers, and also it influences the consumers when it comes to preferences and also the taste. And so in this study, it was a prerequisite for my other objectives for my PhD, and it was a very important one in understanding or more characterization of the parents that I was to use in my next objective. So genetic diversity is very crucial for species resilience and also adaptation across the diverse agro-climatic conditions. As breeders, as we think of developing new varieties, you have to develop varieties that are well adapted to diverse agroecological zones. And genetic diversity is a fundamental prerequisite for crop improvement efforts for the breeders. And there has been a very big challenge in the French bean production due to the development of the reversion. And this has hindered even the release of new cultivars. When I talk of the reversion, it is a situation whereby the French bean varieties, they revert back to their original characteristics. For example, you've already developed varieties that don't have the string and the fiber, but when you grow the varieties the second season, you find that they already have the pod, string, and also the fiber. And that has been a very big challenge, especially with the seed industries, and also it has been affecting the timely release of varieties. And therefore, characterization, it allows efficient and identification of prospect parental candidates for the breeding purposes. I could use this information in my second objective, which was combining ability and also mapping of the QTL and development of the markers. And for this objective was to characterize the pod quality, the yield traits in French bean varieties grown in Kenya for enhanced selection of suitable parents for the breeding. And for my materials and method, I happened to come up with 15 cultivars. Those are commercially released in Kenya. They are grown by the farmers. And for the French bean, they were 13 varieties. And I happened to include 2 dry beans for check purposes on matter of pod quality. And the experimental sites, this study was conducted in Karomwea, that is in one of their experimental sites, and also at University of Embu. And for the experimental design, it was laid down in RCBD with 4 replicates, and the spacing was 50 centimeters between rows and 20 centimeters within the row. And for the data correction, all these parameters, they fall in the category of the pod quality and also the podding. That is the pod length, the pod diameter, the number of pods per plant, the pod weight, the pods such as string ratio, pod wall fiber, and also the pod shape and pod curvature. And for the analysis, the data was statistically analyzed using the PROC GRM for the combined ANOVA. There is the PROC core, that is for the correlation analysis, and hierarchical cluster analysis, that is for phylogenetic analysis using the SAS kind of software. And this is table 1 that give the characteristics of all these varieties that has been given by the breeders when they release the variety before I do my data correction and ascertains on the scene. And for my result, I found that there was significant difference among the genotypes for all the traits in both sites. And in addition, the G by E interaction was significant for all the three. And for the Mexico 142, which is a dry bean, it produced higher pod weight per plant than the M 2001. And for the French bean, for Hawaii, Serengeti, sauce, and vanilla, they recorded the highest pod weight per plant and number of pods per plant across the sites. And for the Moonstone, Serengeti, Fanaka, Vanilla, and Boston, they produced the longest pods in both sites. All the varieties apart from the Czechs, that is the MCM 2002 and Mexico 142, they had the fine market class. In Kenya, we have 3 groups of the market classes. There is the extra fine, fine, and hobbies. And so for the variety, they fall under the category of fine, which is 6 to 8 millimeters in both sides. And for Tausi, it had the highest pod fiber, while Ame had the lowest in both sides. And the average pod, such as string ratio across the side, was 0.56. And for the French bean genotypes, all the French bean, they had the round pod shape and was straight, except for Belcampo, Boston, Godfrey, and Lomami. These are the data that I found depending on all the varieties that I used. And we could see that vanilla, it had the lowest pods such as string, it had the longest pods, among others. And this information could tell me which parent can I use for my subsequent objective depending on their performance. For the correlation analysis, there was positive and negative correlation among the traits, especially the pod weight per plant and pods per plant. There was very high correlation of 0.93, and for other traits, for example, the pod fiber, the pod string, and also the pod diameter, there was also correlation on the same. And the phylogenetic analysis, using that method, it was able to cluster the varieties in 2 groups depending on the pod quality. And also in group 1, there was the French bean, group 2, there was the dry bean. And for the cluster 1, it was separated based on the pod diameter and pod length. And for the discussion, characterization is very important in order to categorize the germplasm, and the process provides information on genetic resources that you are able to do the improvement. And significant mean square were observed on the same, and that is very important for the variation purposes. And the selected French bean for various pod and youth traits, they can be incorporated in the French bean program and also for genetic studies. And consumers, they prefer the pod quality traits, and this one, as I said earlier, they influence the consumers' preferences and also the taste. And the positive correlation, you can always select a given characteristic based on the other, if at all they are positively correlated. And characterization of the commercial variety, we reduce chances of using the revertants parent in the French bean breeding program. Especially, it will reduce the cost of production for the seed system and allow timely release of the variety. For my conclusion, I can say that this breeding, these varieties, they can be incorporated into the breeding program for cultivar development and enhancing the overall pod quality and yield of French bean production. I acknowledge the Cacaos for funding my project, and also University of Embu for hosting, and also the University of Chuka for the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Now the next presenter is Peter Kimori Kakai. In the house. Peter Kimori. Okay, then we have the other one is Sante. And Sante. Joan, Joe, Jocheno, Jesus. They still have to never do the presentation. Maybe that we left out, not on the list. And it's not already here. So it seems like we are doing the presentation here.
So good afternoon. I would like to give a presentation that is on a project that we are implementing here at Chuka University. This is, we are doing it on behalf of these partners, that is Kalo, Embu University, University of Embu that is, Kenyatta University, Chuka, University of Arkansas, Southern University, and then Global Food Security and Defense in the US. I'm doing it on behalf of my colleagues, that is Dr. Jogu, Dr. Grace Kosgei, Dr. Perez, and Dr. Akai. And this is some work we are trying to do so that we can enhance our farmers to be resilient when it comes to food security. We are having a project which is enhancing the farmers' agricultural productivity, income generation, biodiversity conservation, and environment conservation through the promotion of fruit trees. As you all know, is that globally, agriculture is one of the players when it comes to socio-economic and rural development, because you find that areas that are doing well in agriculture, they are also doing well economically, socially, and also in terms of development. And most of the, about 75% of the population in Kenya is involved in agriculture, whereby they are deriving their food security, income, and other livelihoods. And although agriculture is a major player in the Kenyan economy, it is not without effects of climate change. We have challenges with climate change, and therefore it is important for us to come up with the strategies that can strengthen our farming communities so that they can be resilient against climate change. And through this collaboration of the institutions that I have mentioned, we strive to increase agricultural productivity by engaging farming communities in 2 wards of Tharaka County. That is 2, we had Mogwe ward, we had Karingani ward, then we had Magumoni ward, and then we had Mariani ward. These are in 2 sub-counties. And in these wards, we chose to work with 4 farmer groups. We have one farmer group, Mwangaza self-help group, that is in Mariani ward. Then we had Dima self-help group, which is in Mogwe ward. And then we had Boti self-help group, which is in Magumoni ward. And then we had Kiramba self-help group, which is in Karikani ward. And these self-help groups, we made them to look like farmer field schools, where farmers could be trained on different technologies that can be involved to have climate smart farming through incorporation of through incorporation of some fruit trees within the agroforestry system, so that they can take care of the environment when they are generating some food and income. So this is the work you are doing. We started by building nurseries in these farmer groups, and we had, like now you can see that we have some, we started by building the nurseries. That's a lather house, kind of a lather house, and then we bought some seedlings which we provided to these farmers so that they can be able to incorporate them in their production system. Mainly, we based our work on avocado, and apple mango variety. We also, to be able to manage the nursery well, we bought these farmers tanks. Each of the nursery, each of the 4 groups, we bought a tank for them so that they can be able to supply water within the nursery, despite us giving them the seedlings. And then we were able to train them. We were involving students because that was the requirement for the project, like the first photo there. We were involving students who could be involved in training the farmers on different technologies that can be able to enable them to be more resilient against climate change. When we gave them the seedlings, they did plant, and some of the photos here are now showing the seedlings have already taken in the farmers' fields, and then now they are at the management stage, so that the farmers, maybe the next year or so, they'll start having the fruits. So these are just the first one was Kiramba self-help group, which is in Karingani. The next one is Mwangaza self-help group, which is in Mariani. Then the other one is Ndima self-help group, which is in Mogwe. And the other one is Kiramba self-help group, which Boti self-help group, which is in Magumoni. This is this achievement, what we have been able to achieve. We have been able to construct the 4 nurseries. We have been able to purchase the 4 tanks for 3,000 liters each. We have been able to deliver about 600 grafted Hass avocado and 200 apple mango and 200 seedlings, and we have been able to support these farmers to graft about 2,000 Hass avocado seedlings, which they have also shared within the group, and we have been able to conduct many trainings within the farming these groups. The lessons we have learned when we have been working, that there is need for us to work closely with the farmers, the issue of collaboration within the faculty members and also the international, the need for exchange visits. Farmers can go and visit each other to see how they are going on. Then conservation of nature. We cannot succeed in agriculture if we do not conserve the nature. Then the need for training, research, and extension going hand in hand so that we can be able to succeed. Then the issue of culture. Culture, some farmers will adopt a technology easy because of a culture, or they maybe take time before they adopt a technology. Then the need for involvement of the government stakeholders in the delivery of service. And then involvement of farmers in all levels, all the way from identification of the problem to solution of the problem. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the students who are involved in this research, the faculty members, and also our sponsors from the US who are in this photo. They had come for some more time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Is Peter Ngori there? If it is not there, then we have Tabitha. Can and it's not there. Just up. Tabitha. Can I have Tabitha? If there's anyone who has loaded their presentation and that they are not on the list, just come over and we'll fix it.
morning. Good afternoon. I'm Tabitha Kitonga, and I'm doing my PhD. And my study was on influence of post-harvest handling practices and ochratogen or ochratoxin A prevalence on dry coffee jelly, that is Buni, in Tharaka-Nithi County, that is Kenya. And the background study was the coffee consumption is global, and it has increased, leasing from 8.8 million tons in 2013 to almost 10 million tons in 2020 to 2021. And Brazil produces the highest or the most, followed by Vietnam and Colombia, where Ethiopia produces the most coffee in Africa, and followed by Kenya, which is later 21st, 21 international, and 4th in Africa for coffee production. Post-harvest handling practices are crucial for determination of OTA, which is ochratoxin A, levels in coffee, cherry, and especially the Buni that I'm dealing with. And proper drying to moisture content of 12.5 to 13% is essential for reducing the moisture content and minimizing the fungal contamination. Dry coffee beans must be dried adequately to prevent fungal growth and OTA production. And employing the effective drying techniques, just as mechanical or solar drying, helps reduce the moisture content and also minimize the fungal contamination. And mycotoxins pose significant health risks with association to carcinogenic, which is the cancers that are so prevalent within the country, and also nephrotoxic, cytotoxic, and teratogenic effects. All this affects the human, and also among the prevalent food contaminating mycotoxins, ochratoxin A or OTA, produced by ochratogenic fungi, stands out as one of the most abundant. So ochratoxin A has been detected in coffee and persists throughout the processing and storage stages. And very high levels of OTA have been reported in coffee growing regions despite the regulation of permissible levels. In Kenya, research has focused only on wet processed coffee beans. And therefore, there is limited study on the occurrence of the OTA in Buni in most coffee producing areas in Kenya, including Tharaka-Nithi County. The objective was to just determine the relationship between the post-harvest handling practices and ochratogen fungi or ochratoxin A prevalence in dry coffee chile in Tharaka-Nithi County. And the specifics are to determine the relationship between the post-harvest handling practices and OTA prevalence in Tharaka-Nithi County, and also to characterize the fungal, OTA fungal isolates from Buni using morphological and molecular markers. And there was that hypothesis that there was no significant relationship between the post-harvest handling practices and OTA prevalence in Tharaka-Nithi County. And to justify my study, coffee is just a widely consumed beverage globally within Kenya, being one of the major coffee producers and exporter. And determining the relationship between the post-harvest handling practices and OTA prevalence will be useful in policy and decision making on best practices. And also, when we characterize the OTA fungal species, provides information on the positive agents for proper control. The location of the study was carried out in Tharaka-Nithi County and especially in the coffee growing areas. The design was a cross-sectional survey design, what was used to assess the prevalence of OTA or pathogenic coffee and fungi and dry coffee cherry handling practices. And the use of cross-sectional survey was appropriate just because each farmer and their respective farms were visited once for data collection and also to estimate the disease prevalence and incidence across the different villages involved in the study. The target population were just farmers across the agroecological zones and also the three sub-counties of Tharaka-Nithi County, that's Chuka, Mala, and Modambi. And the designs were, I used a complete randomized design to determine the number of colony forming units and of the isolated fungi for dry coffee, cherry, buni from different agroecological zones. A sampling procedure, the cluster random sampling of villages and farmers were used. And then after selecting the farmers, 500 seeds were corrected, or I corrected the 500 seeds, and randomly picked from the bulk of the dry coffee beans from the farmer's store, and that was carefully labeled and documented, and to ensure traceability and detailing the source of farm and region from each of the selected farms. Then I corrected the dry coffee cherry samples, which was inspected for inspection based on appearance or other signs of infection. And also the infected coffee cherry sample was separated from health beans and counted. And also to determine the percentage, there was the number of infected buni, and you divide by the total number of buni collected, and then times 100, and then that is when you get the percentage of infected buni. And then to isolate the fungal from coffee beans, the colonies of the pathogen were isolated using direct grating of potato dextrose agar media and incubated for 7 days. And morphological characterization was done where I used the cultural characteristic, including observation of skull color and fungal pigmentation and reverse color. And we had the data analysis. SPSS was used, version 28, and SAS version 9.4 were used in the data analysis. Correlation analysis was used to establish the correlation between the coffee handling among farmers and the concentration of OTA in coffee. A chi-square test was used to test the association between the coffee handling practices among coffee farmers and the agroecological zones. And you can see the response rate was 100%, and the word and the highest prevalence was Mugona village, and we had the practices that impact the OTA prevalence. That is the majority store buni in bags to ferment, and also there was longer storage duration in suboptimal conditions. And also 89% of farmers used dry, dirty equipment during harvesting. Then there was the effects of post-harvest handling, where a majority of farmers collect and keep the fresh and fallen beans separately, while 44% of farmers collect and mix them together. Also, the study established that the majority of farmers, 89%, use dirty equipment for coffee harvesting, and very small percent of the farmers use green equipment for harvesting. And you can see the equipment percentage, old dirty plastics with percentage of 9, as you can see in the table. Also, the way they used to store them, the storage of dry coffee buni, you can see how some spread them outside on the ground. That was, the frequency was 9, spread them on the mat outside to dry. And then the results, the effects of post-harvest handling. And long storage duration increased fungal contamination, use of dirty harvesting equipment, as we've seen, and lack of proper storage facilities and storage condition, which play a critical role in the prevalence of OTA in buni. And so buni stored in bags to ferment pose the highest risk for OTA contamination. And the key findings were poor storage conditions, that is high humidity, inadequate dry, and long storage duration contributed to significant threat to fungal growth, and also the dry coffee cherry post-handling practices, equipment used for handling is also seen, and also use of harvesting, dirty harvesting equipment. And the recommendations were farmers to adopt better drying methods to lower moisture content and ensure proper ventilation during storage. Then farmers to reduce storage duration and maintain lower humidity to minimize the contamination risk. And also there should be education programs where the government should implement training programs to farmers and also teach farmers how to detect high signs of fungal contamination and support